Conference on Bangladesh under the title. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Global Center for Democratic Governance, we welcome you to our first ever global conference on Bangladesh under the title Turning Point Bangladesh After the July-August Uprising. I'm Rana Hassan Mahmood, joining from USA, and I'm delighted to serve as your moderator today as we explore the profound changes and challenges shaping Bangladesh in the wake of this defining moment. As you all perhaps know, when Julius Caesar won a decisive victory at Zilla, in what is now modern-day Turkey, he sent a message to the Roman Senate that became immortal in history. Veni, vidi, vici. I came, I saw, I conquered, quote and unquote. If Caesar's words reflected conquest, then Dr. Muhammad Yunus's actions over the past year could be summed up in a darker phrase. I meticulously designed, I arrived, and I have destroyed. Since assuming power, Dr. Yunus has become synonymous with that design, one marked by destruction. From the burning of the historic home of the founding father of Bangladesh to the dismantling of national institutions, to the tragic loss of law enforcement officers and teachers, the list is long and painful. Widespread human rights violations against women, children, and minorities, the mass detention of political leaders and journalists, and the collapse of freedom of expression, together they tell a story of a nation betrayed. Only a year ago, ladies and gentlemen, Bangladesh stood as a model of growth and hope. Today, sadly, that same nation lies in ruins. And to the horror of all who value peace, hundreds of radical militants, including those with ties to global terror networks, have been released back onto the streets. The world can no longer remain silent. It is our moral duty to speak, to let the global community know that Bangladesh's democracy, economy, and basic human rights are under siege. Today's conference is a vital step forward in that mission. The Global Center for Democratic Governance was born out of this historic necessity. Within just 1 year, it has built alliances with many human rights organizations and think tanks around the world, working tirelessly to bring attention to this crisis. Today's conference, organized by Global Center for Democratic Governance, is co-hosted by South Asia Democratic Forum, Never Again Association, European Bangladesh Forum, Rights and Risk Analysis Group, International Forum for Secular Bangladesh based in Switzerland, Justice for Women, Justice for All, Heart at 71, Guardian of 71, and Center for USA-Bangladesh Relations. Our media partners are Global Bangla News, Narrative 360, Bridge Bangla 24, NRBnews24.com, ATV Canada, Probash Darpon, and Bangla TV New York. We are honored to host a distinguished panel, including diplomats, human rights advocates, legal experts, and lawmakers, to help us reflect on the path Bangladesh has taken and the road that lies ahead. Our discussions will focus on following urgent themes: the rise of religious extremism and regional instability, a critical analysis of the fact-finding report of the United Nations Human Rights Office, the rights of women and minorities, freedom of expression and journalism, and finally, the rule of law and democracy. Our program is segmented into 3 parts. I will be moderating the first part. The next part will be done by Debduti Das Gupta, a war historian and author. And the last part will be conducted by Mr. Priyojit Devshankar, a geopolitical analyst and author. Without further ado, we begin our session with a short video presentation. Thank you.
How Dr. Yunus assured the world and the nation of reform scheme where inclusivity and equality, let alone fundamental human rights, would be upheld. All these tall claims were made during a speech by Yunus on August 8th upon his return to Bangladesh before taking oath as interim head without winning any election. And from UN to other international rights bodies also backed Yunus' regime and the quest for so-called reform process unanimously. International human rights activists, organizations, politicians, lawyers, journalists raised their concern from the very beginning, but Yunus's interim government didn't pay attention to this concern.
Given the current instability in Bangladesh and since the departure of the former Prime Minister in August, this is a moment of deep concern. Many governments are condemning the violence and calling for peace and law and order to be restored.
But 7 months under the rain, a reality check reveals just the opposite scenario, with law and order when totally collapsed, while the judiciary and law enforcement have been totally weaponized. Mob rule has become the rule, with lynching, communal violence, alongside other acts of terror like arson, looting, rape, curb on freedom of movement for women and girls roiled the nation. Let's take a look at how rights abuses exacerbated in the country, extrajudicial killing and custodial death by law enforcement. Since August 5th, at the behest of Bangladesh Army, joint forces have been deployed. Troops are also empowered with magistracy power and following our monthly status of killing under law enforcement. Atrocities against minorities.
We have a responsibility because we enable Bangladesh to be free and independent. Now, whatever the change of government has been in Bangladesh, it cannot be acceptable that religious minorities are persecuted in this way.
Attacks on followers of Sufis and shrines. Islamists inciting violence against minorities, in stark contrast to government's narrative on ruling out communal line over attacks against minorities. BBC journalist laid bare how Islamists, released after August 5th, are inciting ongoing spate of violence, targeting all minority communities including Hindus. 2 episodes in BBC radio service brings to light the stark involvement of Islamists in fomenting attacks against minorities. Yunus's sweeping indemnity for mass killing of cops, citizens, and violent attacks on police stations by loyalists. In contrast to the pledge to ensure justice, an order issued on October 14, 2024 by Yunus reads, "Students and citizens who put forth all efforts to make this uprising successful will not face prosecution, arrest, or harassment for their acts between July 15th and August 8th. Emboldened at the indemnity, advocates of Yunus regime, radical Islamists and coordinators from student against discrimination platforms publicly glorified the killing spree of cops and planned destruction of key public offices as part of a violent campaign to bring down Awami League.
যদি মেট্রো রেলে আগুন না দেওয়া হতো, যদি পুলিশদেরকে না মারা হতো, তাহলে বিপ্লবটা এত সহজেই অর্জিত হতো না। কিংবা
পুলিশের ফায়ারিং একটু কম লাগছে, সিভিলিয়ান ড্রেসে হাতে 7.62 আপনারা নিজেই দেখছেন।
বৈষম্য বিরোধী আন্দোলনে সিরাজগঞ্জের এনায়েতপুরে যদি 15 জন পুলিশ নিহত না হতো, বাংলাদেশের পুলিশের মেরুদণ্ড ভাঙতো না।
Despite such public admission of killing, the decree justifying no legal action against violence perpetrated by supporters of Yunus has been likened by rights activists as an act of widespread indemnity granted for perpetrators who killed police, minorities, citizens affiliated with Awami League, aimed to bring Yunus in power and solidify his grip on power. No justice for killing of at least 318 people under Yunus regime. Ayin O Shalish Kendro, a leading human rights organization, reported. Massacre of Awami League activists. At least 171 citizens were reportedly killed in form of lynching, arson, and other forms of violence. According to accounts of family members, tens of thousands of party activists and leaders in almost each unit of 4,573 union, in all the 64 districts across the country, subjected to physical attacks, and their houses and business were looted and vandalized. Hundreds of activists are feared, killed as their whereabouts are unknown for months. Due to impunity for killing of Awami League leaders and activists, there has been no let-up in the extrajudicial killing spree even after 6 months. Rather, the cycle of vengeance and erosion of rights only compounded. Violence against women. Safety of female population, from clothing to workplace and movement, under siege and culture of impunity reigns supreme. Death of freedom of press. The claim of Dr. Yunus to uphold freedom of press emerged out as biggest hoax in 6 months, as not only journalists are suppressed with meticulous design of false lawsuits, arbitrary arrests, unlawful incarceration, but also a record number of headquarters of media outlets came under attacks. Since August 5th, offices of at least 19 media outlets are torched and vandalized, highest since the country's history, according to DW Bangla Service. Mass arrests and arbitrary detention, brutal crackdown. At least 13,540 people were subjected to mass arrests and arbitrary detention from August 2024 till January 2025. In 20 days of February, at least 12,500 were detained in political cases. No justice in court. Victims of mass arrests denied of legal rights. Reports reveal critics of Yunus regime, who have been subjected to mass arrests, were attacked inside court premises on a regular basis. Denial of academic rights of students. Over the space of last 6 months, tens of thousands of students who are opposed to Yunus and his allies were attacked inside campuses, even barred from attending examinations, denied of academic rights, and their certificates have been cancelled by university authorities. Only because of political belief or alignment with Awami League's student wing, scores of students were murdered, abducted from their home, and even thrown behind the bars. Now the questions over Yunus gaining undue privileges to expand business empire.
Thank you for watching. This is the horror that Bangladesh is going through today. During the Second World War, when London was being bombed by Nazi Air Force, British Home Secretary met with Prime Minister Winston Churchill. He was in the bunker and he gave the grim news that there has been widespread looting going on above the ground. A somber-looking Churchill looked at him and asked one question: "Are the courts functioning?" In response, the Home Secretary said yes. Then Churchill said, "All is well, nothing to worry about." Ladies and gentlemen, nothing is well in Bangladesh because courts are not functioning and judiciary collapsed under the guidance of Yunus regime and deliberately. Without further ado, I would like to invite now Professor Dr. Habib Millat for his introductory speech. Professor Millat is currently serving as the president of Global Center for Democratic Governance. He's a cardiothoracic surgeon and former member of Bangladesh Parliament. Dr. Millat, please.
Thank you, Mr. Rana Hassan Mahmood. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you all. On behalf of the Global Center for Democratic Governance, I extend a very warm welcome to this international virtual conference on Turning Point, Bangladesh after July-August uprising. I would like to sincerely thank all the human rights organizations that have contributed to organizing this important event, as well as our media partners who are supporting its broadcast across the platforms. My heartfelt gratitude also goes to our distinguished speakers, moderators, who have joined us from across the world to share their valuable insight on the current situation of Bangladesh. We have a conference declaration at the end of the conference, which will be widely circulated. We are honored to have such a broad participatory day, and we expect that this program will reach more than 500,000 viewers worldwide through various media platforms. Bangladesh has observed 1 year of anarchy and lawlessness. The presentation I'm presenting on human rights violation in Bangladesh under the interim government. This presentation is a concise but alarming overview of the human rights violation, political oppression, and the national instability occur under the current unelected interim government of Bangladesh. Based on the documented incidents and verified data, the findings highlight the systematic abuse of power, suppression of democratic rights, and erosion of the rule of law across the country. So I'm presenting this presentation at the moment in a time that, although the then Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina didn't resign, Article 106 of the Constitution was misinterpreted. As a result, Parliament was dissolved and an interim government was sworn in. If I come first to the extrajudicial killings, at least 637 individuals have been killed in a mob lynching incidents from August 24 to July 25. 64 individuals have been subjected to extrajudicial killings while in the custody of the law enforcement agency in between September 24 to August 25. 23 political detainees affiliated with Awami League and have died in the prison custody from September to July this year. There are targeted political killing as well. 213 leaders and activists of the Awami League and its affiliated organization have been murdered from July 24 to July 25. At least 359,700 people have been arrested, the majority of being Awami League members and supporters, from August 24 to May 25. 121 parliament members, including 15 women members, have been illegally detained, and one of them died in the prison. Nobody is spared from their attacks. The Sufi places like shrines, over 100 of shrines was attacked and demolished. And the birthplace of Bangladesh's independence, Bangabandhu Museum, was demolished with the bulldozers in front of Bangladesh Army and also other law enforcing authority. More than 1,400 monuments related to independence have been destroyed in Bangladesh over last year. Police is also 44 police officers have been killed during this incident, and 182 police personnel are currently missing. And more than 500 police stations have been attacked, vandalized, and set on fire. And they looted the firearms and also bullets. There is a dramatic increase in child abuse. 325 children were murdered, 397 children were raped, is all documented. 839 were abused in between January to September in 9 months. 12,700 cases violence against women and over 4,000 rape cases were reported in Bangladesh from September 24 to June 25. Women's rights and freedoms are being seriously undermined. If you see minority persecution, evidence confirmed more than 2,400 incidents of minority persecution from August to June in 10 months. 30 minority people were killed, including 3 indigenous people. 20 minority women were raped. 17 churches were set on fire on the Christmas night on 2024. 103 incidents on human rights violation were documented in the Chittagong Hill trucks. 49 people were arbitrarily arrested, and at least 300 acres of land was seized. At least 396 LGBTQI plus individuals were harassed, victimized across the 70 documented incidents in Bangladesh. Democratic process is paralyzed at the moment. The interim government regime attempted to legitimize power through fake resignation letter attributed to the then Prime Minister. And mispresentation of the Article 106 of the Constitution and Supreme Court ruling has been used as a justify the illegal government. Awami League, the largest and the oldest party of the country, has been banned their activities with an ordinance. And the Election Commission has suspended Awami League's registration under government's directive. It's not only Awami League, the another popular party, Jatiya Party, 14-party alliance, these parties are under threat. They cannot maintain their democratic rights in Bangladesh at the moment. The religious extremism has increased tremendously, and also it is destroying the regional and local stability. More than 300 suspects have been granted bail despite of serious charges. Media censorship. Bangladesh has never experienced this sort of media censorship in the last 54 years after its inception. Censorship is in 184 journalists accredited caste has been removed. 266 journalists implicated fabricated murder cases. 14 famous journalists have been arrested on false cases. Media houses are facing threat of vandalism or shutdown, or they are taking occupancy of the media houses. Civil rights and public freedom are violated. Citizens' personal freedom are under attack. Not only that, the economy is going down as well. At least 353 factories, especially garments factories, were closed in 1 year, resulting loss of around 120,000 jobs. There is no National Human Rights Commission in Bangladesh at the moment. It was dissolved in November 7, 2024. Additional to that, the educational life of the more than 200,000, the future of our nation, is disturbed, and also thousands of professionals, including 800 lawyers, are being harassed in fabricated cases. But Dr. Yunus, he is actually expanding his business empire and his wealth. If you see that he has taken away about 666 crore imposed on Gramin Kalyan, that was waived. Tax exemption granted to Gramin Bank for next 5 years, that is until 2029. And the government ownership of the Gramin Bank significantly reduced from 25% to 10%, which is about 15-16 crore per year. Taka. Approval granted for a digital wallet for his Gramin telecommunication. He has taken permission of a manpower export license and also established a university. And Gramin Sterling is a partnership between the Gramin Bank and the Sterling, what he is doing at the moment. But the human rights organization, especially the organization we depend on, the Human Rights Commission report published on 12th of February 2025, this report has not been edited accordance with the United Nations editorial standard. They have confessed that. Methodological limitation and weakness is there, defect validation process, and biased information. One of our GCJD director, Professor Rashid, is going to present on that and show that he will do a critical analysis on that. We'll see that afterwards. So we have some recommendation from this conference that the full restoration of the civil, political, religious right and the protection of the fundamental freedoms. The judiciary must be independent and free from political interference to ensure equal justice for all. All reported killings, detention, torture, and violence against women, children, minorities, and the political opponents must be investigated fairly and transparently. Every victim deserves justice. We strongly condemn media censorship and attacks on the journalist. We call for an immediate end of intimidation, imprisonment, and censorship, and demand full free expression and protection of all journalists. We need united action against extremism, especially religious extremism, promoting inclusive governance, human rights, regional cooperation to ensure lasting peace and stability in Bangladesh and the broader South Asian region. The urgent need for an include free, fair, and transparent national election under a neutral and credible caretaker government, ensuring the participation of all political parties and restoring public confidence in democratic institutions. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Millat. Thank you for your thoughtful presentation. And it shows the grim realities that 180 million people of Bangladesh are going through today. And this is a precursor to a failing state. At this point in our conference, we'll go directly to our first topic of discussion, the rise of religious extremism and religious regional instability. And it is my pleasure and honor to introduce Ambassador Veena Sikri, who served as the Indian High Commissioner to Bangladesh during 2003-2006 time period. Until the recent upheaval, that was perhaps the most turbulent one in post-independence Bangladesh's history. I will request Ms. Professor Veena Sikri on this topic of discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for introducing me so well. Thank you to the Global Center for Democratic Governance, to Dr. Mohammed Yavi Millat for organizing this conference and for inviting me to speak. It is really tremendously disturbing to see all the facts and figures that have been assembled and have been presented just now, even in the last 15 minutes, of the terrible events that have been taking place in Bangladesh over the last 1 year, over the last 15 months. And in fact, we have been watching this with great concern, with great trepidation. And I think the time has come not only to present these facts and figures, to think of the ways in which they can be given either to the Human Rights Commission or to the UN General Assembly, to the UN specialized committees, First Committee, and so on. Absolutely, convince people that this is really the situation, because what has happened is, in fact, all the discussions that we've been having over the last 1 year and 15 months, there is a great deal of skepticism globally and, in fact, in the individual countries on the veracity of all these figures. And everybody seems to be just believing what Professor Mohammed Yunus is saying and not giving any attention to these figures. So now the biggest task before the Global Center for Democratic Governance and all the other eminent individuals who are here today is to consider how these facts and figures can be accepted by the international community, and according to that, action has to be taken. So while you have a kind of a fake trial going on within Bangladesh before the ICT, and without any kind of presentation by those who have been accused, you have so many members of parliament in jail, you have so many leaders in jail with no charges being filed, but across the world the impression is totally different, and you only hear one word about the fascist government. So I think that today the media faculty, the communications, has to be really strengthened so that all these the myths that have been perpetrated for the last 15 months are exposed. I think the very first myth that we have to look at, which has actually led to all this rise in religious extremism and regional instability, is the myth that what happened last year was the result of a spontaneous student uprising. We know now that this uprising was neither spontaneous nor was it led by students. And in fact, the revelation on this came from Professor Mohammad Yunus himself when he spoke last year in September in New York at the Global Clinton Initiative and said that, don't think that this happened just like that. This was meticulously planned. And he introduced the person whom he described as the mastermind, which was Mr. Mahfouz Alam, who was at that point his special assistant and later became an advisor to the government. So I think that the very fact that Dr. Mohammad Yunus himself has publicly spoken about this being a meticulously planned operation should be highlighted, but it has never been spoken about since that time. So I think that this is some of the points that we have to speak about very clearly. Then the question about the constitutional legitimacy of this government. I mean, has that been, taken up in any forum? The chief advisor and the other advisors were sworn in on the constitution of Bangladesh, which at that point and even till today does not allow any kind of interim government. So I think this whole question about what it is there and what it has been doing are something that needs to be talked about much more widely. I think the third myth is that even if you assume that an interim government, because there have been certain decisions in the Supreme Court, that the interim government is going to be there, their role is only for 90 days and to arrange a free, fair, inclusive and credible election with the participation of all the political parties and not to take any major decisions. But as against this, we have seen that for the last 15 months, there has been every possible excuse being made to delay the elections. And even now, we know that the elections were then planned actually for only the middle of next year, but now under public pressure of the political parties themselves, and even at one stage of the army, they have been promised to be held in the month of February before the month of Ramadan starts. But at the moment, there is no preparation at all. And this question of excluding any political party does not even arise. Because let me give you two examples. There is the example of Sri Lanka, where again there was a huge public outcry against the Rajapaksa government, and there was the Rajapakshas resigned and so on. But afterwards, the groups who were protesting went back to parliament. They appointed an interim president and the elections had been held. Now, was there any talk at any point of banning any political party? Not at all. All the political parties, even the Rajapaksa family's own political party, which was under so much attack, has taken part in the elections. Similarly, in Nepal, we do see that even though Prime Minister Oli has resigned, and the elections are now planned in the month of March, but there's no talk of banning any political party. There was so much furor against Prime Minister Oli's government and so on, but his party is going to take part in the elections like everybody else. So I think there is absolutely no reason or question why the issue of banning the activities of the Awami League or the Election Commission issuing some kind of suspension on the Awami League and removing their symbol from the website of the Election Commission, all this is completely illegal. All this shows that there's nothing except anarchy in Bangladesh. There has been mobocracy for the last 15 months, and this has led to complete anarchy. There is no system of governance at all. And that is why, because the original event, which was the removal of Sheikh Hasina, was led it was conducted by Pakistan through the Jamaat-e-Islami of Bangladesh with the support of external powers and with China in the know. We know that from that very moment that it's a Jamaat-e-Islami who is determined to come back to power. And every event in Bangladesh is being catered just for that objective. And this is the reason why religious extremism has risen in Bangladesh to this incredible level and unacceptable level. And we've seen today that we know that now even the radical preacher Zakir Naik is being invited to speak in Bangladesh for 1 month at the end of November onwards. Now, Zakir Naik was actually banned by the government of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina because on 1st July 2016, when the absolutely horrific terrorist attack took place, the Holy Artisan Bakery attack, the people who were involved in that attack, the terrorists who committed that attack, they accepted that they had been radicalized by Zakir Naik. And after that, Sheikh Hasina's government had banned Zakir Naik. But now there's been no indication whether the ban has been removed, and he has been invited to come to Bangladesh and give some more radicalizing speeches. And I think I can only think that the reason why this is being done, because the Jamaat-e-Islami has not got the support that they expected from the people of Bangladesh. They were thinking all this while that, the Awami League is going to be banned, the BNP has been marginalized, and all the political support will come to the Jamaat-e-Islami. And the other group that thought that they would get the political support is the National Citizens Party. But they have, formed a party, but they have no political support. Even in the recent elections in the universities, they just did not, they were nowhere. There was no standing for them. So if they are a genuine students' party, then one would imagine that they would have support from students, but this is no longer at all true. It's evident that this is not true. So all that we are seeing today is a rise in religious extremism in a bid to ramp up support for the Jamaat-e-Islami. And I think that, this indication of Zakir Naik coming to Bangladesh is absolutely shocking and unacceptable. Before this, on October 25th, we had other preachers from the Ahle-Hadith from Pakistan and the supporters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba leaders and so on. They were there, and they've been even visiting the bordering areas between Bangladesh and India and giving rabble-rousing speeches over there. So all this has certainly led to an extraordinary rise in religious extremism, and it has made the people of Bangladesh very unhappy, because while the people of Bangladesh are deeply religious, they do not want any kind of extremism. And this is what Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina had done her best to make sure that there was no spread of religious extremism of any kind, even though all these groups were active even at that time. And I think that the worst expression of this rise of religious extremism happened from the very day that Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina left Dhaka, which is the attack on all the religious minorities. The Muslim and the non-Muslim religious minorities have been under tremendous attack, and there have been rapes and lynchings and genocide, and businesses have been destroyed, lands have been grabbed, and individuals are being forced to convert at an alarming rate in Bangladesh. All this because the religious minorities, the Hindus, the Buddhists, the Christians, and even the Sufis and the Ahmadiyas, they are determined to stay on as citizens of Bangladesh. They're saying, we're not going to leave the country. We are citizens of this country. But this is not being accepted by the members of the extremist groups, including the Jamaat-e-Islami, including the Islami Chhatra Shibir. And when this is pointed out to Muhammad Yunus, all he says that this is fake news from India. That's all. Even recently, 2 or 3 weeks ago, when he was in New York for the UNGA, he was interviewed by several people, and each time he said, oh no, this is all fake news, it's not happening. So what I'm saying is that now that all this information has been collated and published by the Global Center for Democratic Governance, I think it needs to be really disseminated very widely and brought to the notice of all the people who have been following this. I know that the Aino Salish Kendra and others are doing tremendous work in collecting this information, in collating it, and now it's been published, and the people of Bangladesh, all the minorities, they're determined to stay on there, they're determined to exercise their rights as citizens. So their participation in the elections, the way in which their jobs have been taken away, their professorships, their teaching assignments, everything is forcing them into a life of penury, which is absolutely unacceptable. Only 2 weeks ago, we saw the terrible incidents in Khankachari, in the Chittagong hill tracks, where again the same incidents of rapes and killings were happening, and the people are absolutely in a tremendously disheartened condition, but they're enormously brave because they're not leaving the country at all. We do realize that that all this has the potential to really harm the regional stability South Asia. And we do know that, and I can say for myself, that I have seen a lot of these events taking place during the time when I was High Commissioner, because that was the time when Begum Khalida Zia was the Prime Minister, and she was, the Jamaat-e-Islami was a member of the alliance, and Pakistan was exercising the same kind of influence and control on Bangladesh and the government that they are doing today. So a lot of this is deja vu for me. I've seen this happen before. I've seen the way in which at that time so many terrorist attacks in India originated from Bangladesh. We saw the Pakistani people flying into Bangladesh, entering without any evidence of their entering, and walking across into India, because at that time the border fencing and all was in a much poorer condition than it is today, and then they would commit terrorist acts in India. So this is how the regional instability is happening. And I can tell you another thing that is leading to tremendous regional instability is the absolutely provocative and unacceptably provocative statements that are being made in Bangladesh time and time again by Dr. Muhammad Yunus, and by the Jamaat-e-Islami, by many individual students about Northeast India. We know that Dr. Muhammad Yunus, when he went to China in the month of April this year, he actually addressed a group of Chinese businessmen and invited them to come to Bangladesh and say, look, we have control over Northeast India. We are the only ones who have access there. Come on, we will take you there. We will give you the access. I mean, this was, absolutely a kind of a deliberately provocative statement. And then we have seen all these maps, recently a kind of a book with an artistic, so-called stylized map showing parts of Northeast India and Bangladesh. We saw these maps coming up even in Dhaka University during the Pehla Baishakh celebrations. We've seen tweets by members who are in various political formations, the NCP and others, Jamaat-e-Islami and others, which are talking about what's going to happen to the Northeast. All these are intended to provoke the Indian insurgent groups and to invite, telling them, yes, come to Bangladesh, we are here to help you. Again, this is exactly what was happening between 2003, 2006 when I was there. There was a similar support being given to all the Indian insurgent groups at that time, and through that there was every effort to create instability in Northeast India and other parts of India. Now, I think that we are seeing all this happening again. We are seeing that these efforts are there, but the government of India has exercised a great deal of strategic restraint in dealing with Bangladesh. In fact, right from the very beginning, the message from our leadership was that we are prepared to continue the economic cooperation with Bangladesh that had such a great success under the 15 years of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, because Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina accepted India's security red lines and she said, I'm not going to support any insurgent groups. There's no question of having any such groups who do not help the people of Bangladesh at all. So for the last 15 years, there was complete peace and development in Northeast India. There was complete full cooperation between India and Bangladesh. And the result for Bangladesh was that they had 6.5% to 7% annual rate of growth, leading to Bangladesh's graduation from the least developed country status. And as against this, you have in 1 year, Bangladesh has slipped fully back, so that their whole graduation process has now been postponed, and there is going to be no longer any such possibility because the Bangladesh economy is in a state of collapse. But I don't think this seems to bother the current leadership in Bangladesh at all. Perhaps some political parties and others think that if there's poverty in Bangladesh, it's easier to control the population. And that's why they're just not bothered about the economic situation. All they're interested is in getting military training, in getting specialized equipment coming in having all kinds of exercises which were never there before. And this is causing a great deal of regional instability, which is not going to be good for Bangladesh at all. And I think that the government of India has conveyed, even when our Prime Minister Modi met Dr. Muhammad Yunus in Bangkok on the sidelines of the BIMSTEC summit, there was a clear indication that rhetoric and vitriol does not help the relationship at all. It does not contribute to peace and stability and development. It only worsens the atmosphere and leads to instability. So the combination of this phenomenal rise in religious extremism, it has had a tremendous negative impact on freedom of the people, on freedom of women, on the rights of women, on the development of the country. And all this is geared only to make sure that somehow or the other the Jamaat-e-Islami comes to power in Bangladesh. There are countries in the world, in the West, who still think that Jamaat-e-Islami is a moderate Islamic democratic party. But I think it's shown by its behavior all along that it is anything but. So I think that one of the big tasks of this conference, this has been a tremendously successful effort to organize this conference, and I can see that there's a very large participation, and I feel honored to be participating myself, that we have to all ensure that the elections are held on time, that they're held under international supervision, that there is a new caretaker government, within as has been the practice in Bangladesh of having caretaker governments, because the current one is shown itself to be totally ineffective and unable to run the country. And under the new caretaker government, there should be free, fair, inclusive, and credible elections with international supervision. I think this is the only way out, because whoever is able, and all the political parties must be able to participate. There's no question of excluding any political party or organization. There's no question of keeping people in jail for so long without even any charges. There's no question of continuing the oppression of minorities. In fact, this should be exposed so that the question, very dismissive way in which Dr. Mohammed Yunus says this is fake news coming out of India, this should be completely exposed so that the facts and figures about the people who have lost their lives, their land, their liberty, their freedom should be there before everybody. And I think that once the resolution of this conference is known, then everybody would certainly be willing to work together. Certainly in India, there's a great deal of interest and a great deal of concern about what is happening in Bangladesh. And we do hope that this conference, this publication of the documents, will be the first step towards getting the world to accept and speak out about the reality of where Bangladesh is today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Veena Sikri, for your very thoughtful presentation about the facts on the ground, which is extremely green. And you perhaps already know very well that during your time, when there was 10 trucks arms smuggling case was there, and the two key accused, the mastermind, Major General Rizakul Haider Chaudhary and the State Minister of the Home Affairs, Lutfuzzaman Babur, they're all released from the jail. So it's a clear indication that they want to instigate, some sort of fight with India in the Northeast region. So thank you again, and we will request you to continue raising your voice on behalf of 180 million people of Bangladesh. Thank you very much. Our next guest speaker is Mr. Chris Blackburn. And Chris doesn't need any introduction to the inter-South Asian community, because he's the leading voice of human rights advocacy and minority rights advocacy from Afghanistan to Myanmar, and especially now for Bangladesh. Chris Blackburn has over 2 decades of experience in geopolitics, intelligence, and communication strategies, and he's currently serving as the communication director of European Bangladesh Forum. Chris Blackburn, it's your turn, please.
Thank you for the introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you to Professor Millett and the organisers. We are proud to be part of this conference. Violence, once the tool of the desperate, is becoming the instinct of the impatient. We now live in an era where rumour outruns reason, grievance is monetised, and identity is weaponised. Across the world, societies are learning that violence never stays contained. It crosses borders, corrodes institutions, and weakens our moral reflexes. Nowhere is this truer than in Bangladesh today. Since the fall of Sheikh Hasina, what began as a promise of democratic renewal has been overshadowed by fear and factionalism. People are scared. We've seen infighting within the BNP, which is supposed to take over the reins of power in February if there is an election. and the violence and the rhetoric is spilled into the streets. We have seen interfactional fighting and murders tied to internal rivalries. This is no reform. We've also seen the targeting of women, minorities, and journalists, not as bystanders to politics, but as deliberate targets of it. Radical Islamist groups, some linked to Jamaat-e-Islami, have re-emerged with renewed confidence. They have stopped women's football matches, intimidated women's commissions, and attacked cultural programs. Because nothing threatens an extremist more than a woman with authority and visibility. Some media houses in Bangladesh have been branded pro-India to justify harassment and violence, and in some circles, reckless talk about nuclear proliferation and territorial expansionism is creeping into public discourse, as if threatening civilization itself were a clever negotiating tactic. This is not politics. This is arson and historical revisionism disguised as reform. But none of this appeared overnight. The ground for today's extremism was prepared long ago. Bangladesh was born in 1971 as a rejection of religious intolerance and as a moral verdict against those who have used faith to divide. Yet the movements that opposed that secular vision rebuilt themselves over time. Jamaat-e-Islami re-established its network. Its student wing, the Islamic chapter Shrabia, infiltrated campuses, madrasas, charities, and media outlets, which became conduits of influence and recruitment. Over the decades, new militant formations emerged: the Harkat Jihad al-Islami, HJB, the Jamaat al-Mujahideen Bangladesh, JMB, and later groups inspired by Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State. Each of these groups learned to adapt, become decentralized, less visible, more embedded in social and digital networks. Other groups, such as Hafizadi Islam, perfected the art of toggling between pulpit and protest. Under the banner of moral guardianship, they have normalized fear by attacking textbooks, statues, and women's visibility in public life. They have redrew the boundaries of what was deemed acceptable in Bangladeshi society. Now, four forces made this possible. First, instrumental politics. Mainstream parties cut quiet deals with hardliners for short-term gains. Second, financial and ideological patronage. Money and legitimacy from Gulf donors, local elites, and from charities within North America and Europe that built a parallel welfare and education system within Bangladesh. Third, there was general impunity, selective justice that taught extremists that they could act without consequence. And we've seen this more from the administration of Muhammad Yunus, where he is frightened to challenge the extremists, whether it be the student extremists who've called for constant mobocracy in Bangladesh, or from radical Islamists who've tried to shut down debate. The fourth is digital radicalization, online platforms that have turned grievance into identity and outrage into belonging. We now face the results of all of this within Bangladesh. We've seen that women's sport is under attack because it symbolizes equality. Women's commissions are targeted because they turn rights into institutions. Minorities are assaulted because they are easy scapegoats. And journalists are smeared because truth is the first casualty of authoritarian movements. And the casual talk of nuclear weapons reflects the intellectual emptiness of those who cannot govern and so resort to intimidation. It's a pattern. This isn't random violence, but a strategy to control the national conversation through fear. If they cannot win the argument, they will simply burn the stage. And we've seen this with attacks on Prof Alarm, and we've seen it on the attacks of the Daily Star. But some say this turmoil has been temporary, that Bangladesh will find its balance again. But that assumption is dangerous. Bangladesh sits at the crossroads of South and Southeast Asia. It influences India's northeast, the security of the Bay of Bengal, and the management of refugee inflows from Myanmar. Extremism in Bangladesh does not stay within its borders. It spreads through ideology, funding, and transnational networks. We have seen this before. Rajab Karim, a Bangladeshi who was connected to GMB and Al-Qaeda, tried to infiltrate British Airways in Newcastle upon Tyne, my hometown, to carry out a terrorist plot. We've also saw radicalization, and we've seen the global consequences. We saw it when Jacquemart charities in Europe and North America used to send zakat to Al-Qaeda fronts, knowing fine well they knew who their partners were. Now, this was a breakdown in a problem on our side. Our intelligence agencies and security authorities were slow to react. So when political actors in Dhaka start entertaining talk of nuclear weapons or expansionism, or to kickstart what happened during the early 2000s when we saw the destabilization effort in Assam and other regions, it sends shockwaves far beyond South Asia. It undermines regional diplomacy. It raises the risk of miscalculation by all sides and invites potential foreign intervention under the guise of stability operations. In a densely populated region with short flight times, long memories, recklessness is not a strategy. It is the path to self-destruction. So what must be done, and done now? First, there should be the end of the politics of muscle, which we've talked about for decades now in Bangladesh. Bangladesh's parties must disarm. Their student wings can't be like militant wings. And there needs to be an enforcement and a zero tolerance policy for street violence and agitation. Registration and public funding should depend on compliance. And if people want to sit at the table, they need to put down their weapons. Second, it's the protection of women and minorities as a matter of national security. Attacks on women's football, commissions, and minority communities must be prosecuted swiftly and visibly, not brushed under the carpet or said to be disinformation campaigns by India. The credibility of the state depends on its ability to defend those most at risk, and UNIS is failing this. Third, we need to defend the press. Make violence and intimidation against journalists a serious, separate crime. There needs to be a creation of an independent mechanism, whether it be through a human rights commission, which is led by civil society and overseen by the judiciary, that investigates threats and acts within days, not months. Because a state without a free press is a state without early warning systems. Fourth, we need to cut off the money and the megaphones to the extremists. They need to be and Sheikh Hasina was good at auditing and looking at how the sort of international revenue streams of extremist organizations took place and shutting them down. So the enforcement and transparency within religious charities and media networks needs to be made in Bangladesh. But what we've seen from Mohammed Yunus and the interim government is that these problems weren't a thing, or that they were used by Sheikh Hasina to justify authoritarian rule. That is simply not the case. The British High Commissioner was actually attacked by these extremists. So for Mohammed Yunus to do this historical revisionism is quite a dangerous precedent, especially when we're seeing and reading throughout Bangladesh's media about the efforts of extremist Islamist organizations to try to dominate the rest of society. Finally, they need to act responsibly in the region. Bangladesh, India, and their partners must deepen cooperation, whether it be through BIMSTEC on counterterrorism, refugee management, or cooperation in maritime security. The world must draw a line on nuclear rhetoric. Those who indulge in it must face sanctions and isolation, not applause in Bangladesh. Bangladesh's destiny is not hostage to the loudest voices. This is a nation that has built itself after wars, coups, and cyclones. It's sent its daughters into the classrooms, its sons into global industries, and its workers to every corner of the world. It deserves leaders who defend that resilience, not exploit it. So let us remember, a woman playing football is not a threat to tradition. She is proof that tradition can evolve. Journalists asking hard questions is not being pro-India or pro-Awami League. They are pro-accountability. A minority family that sleeps safely at night is not a concession. It is civilization itself. It is Bangladesh itself. And anyone who speaks lightly of this nuclear weapons or territorial expansion should have no place in serious politics. Violence may be the language of the impatient, but democracy remains the grammar of endurance. Bangladesh can still choose that grammar to build its institutions, protect its freedoms, and restore faith in law over force. The world has a stake in that choice. When Bangladesh chooses stability and reform, the entire region breathes easier. So let us help Bangladesh make that choice firmly, quickly, and without apology. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Chris, for your valuable comments. And you are a leading voice of reason across the globe for minority rights and human rights, and especially against extremism of all sorts. And definitely you will agree that Jamaat, if the West take it very lightly, we are heading towards another disaster, because they now got a ground in Bangladesh under the leadership of Dr. Yunus, which is very unfortunate. So their ideological game plan is dangerous and disastrous, and you will agree that they are the ideological grandfather of Taliban's and the father of Al Qaeda. So West must take it very seriously. Thank you, Chris, again. Our next guest is Dr. Rafael Pankowski. He's a Rotary Peace Fellow at Makerere University in Uganda. Professor Pankowski is a Polish sociologist and political scientist. And I must add that when Les Wałęsa-led solidarity movement was going on in Poland, and I was a little kid, and I was mesmerized by how peaceful that movement was, and I'm mesmerized how destructive these Gen Z movements are. So as a sociologist, someday we'll read your comments on this. But now on the issue of religious extremism and regional instability.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, namaskar. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, greetings from the Rotary Peace Center at Makerere University, Kampala, Uganda. My name is Rafał Pankowski, and I'm a sociologist as well as a human rights activist. I come from Poland. I am currently in Uganda, and it is a real honor to participate in this very important global conversation. What brings us all together from across the world today is, of course, the love of Bangladesh, its people, its culture, its heritage. It is also the love of the history of Bangladesh. But I think there is also much more. It is our shared commitment to the universal values of human rights, and I think the three countries I have just mentioned, Bangladesh, Poland, and Uganda, they are, of course, quite different in many ways, and they are distant from each other if we look on the map. But they also have something in common. It is, for example, the history of the fight for freedom and the legacy of the fight for their own specific and inclusive, at the same time, identity. In the case of Bangladesh, of course, it is the legacy of the struggle for language rights, as well as especially the liberation war. In the case of Uganda, it is the anti-colonial struggle, but also the struggle against the tyranny of Idi Amin. In the case of Poland, it is, for example, the tragic experience of Nazi occupation during World War II and the struggle against fascism, as well as against totalitarianism. Today, we face a common global challenge of the rise in violent extremism, radicalization, authoritarian and intolerant anti-minority movements and regimes. And I believe what is common in terms of the global challenge for all of us today is the specter of fascism that is hanging over our planet. And I'm afraid that includes Bangladesh today. Fascism can be defined in many different ways. But I believe one way of defining fascism is the following. It is an ideology, it is a vision of total cultural homogeneity. It is a vision of a society where there is no place for diversity. There is no place for minorities of any type, be it ethnic, be it religious, be it political. And an organization of which I have been a co-founder, the Never Again Association, is committed to the struggle against fascism, understood as organized intolerance. And this is a struggle that is international, this is a struggle that is global, and this is a kind of struggle that I believe is very, very highly relevant to Bangladesh today. And over the years, I have met many brilliant people, many inspiring people in this struggle in the international human rights movement. But one of them who really stands out for me is our dear friend from Bangladesh, Shahryar Kabir, who, among other things, has written dozens of books on very important topics, including a very important and a very interesting book about the experience of solidarity in Poland and the peaceful transformation to democracy in Poland and across the former Soviet bloc, which I think is something that is very relevant and important for me to mention here today. And Shahryar Kabir, in many ways, for me, is the symbol of the movement for minority rights, for human rights, for peaceful solutions, both in Bangladesh and internationally. What is also very important in terms of the many years of positive campaigning by Shahryar Kabir is the struggle against genocide denial, which I believe is not only important for Bangladesh, but it is also very important globally, internationally, vis-à-vis all the different cases of genocide across the world. And I believe it is highly ironic and it is a travesty of justice that someone like Shahryar Kabir, a global hero of human rights and minority rights, is currently in jail in Bangladesh because of his human rights activity, because of his activity and years of activism dealing with genocide commemoration and genocide denial. There's one more figure, very well known internationally from Bangladesh, who I also had the chance to meet just briefly in Poland during a summit of Nobel Peace Prize winners. That is, of course, Mr. Yunus. And of course, for good reasons, Bangladesh can be proud of having a Nobel Peace Prize winner. But I believe it is very ironic and unfortunate that a wave of repression against human rights activists and political opposition, as well as minorities, is happening under the watch of a Nobel Peace Prize winner. And the issue of the current rise and the emboldening of extremist groups in Bangladesh is very concerning indeed. And also the fact that it is happening under the watch of a Nobel Peace Prize winner, well, that is highly ironic and sad. And I would like to use this opportunity to appeal to Mr. Yunus. Please, free Shahryar Kabir. Please free the political prisoners and independent journalists in Bangladesh today. I believe the global human rights movement will truly appreciate an improvement in the situation of minorities in Bangladesh, independent journalists, and human rights activists. Thank you very much for having me today. Joy Bangla.
Thank you, Dr. Rafael, and thank you for pointing out the plight of prisoner of conscience, I will say, a human rights activist par excellence, Sharia Kabir, is a journalist and a prolific writer, and we must raise our voice globally, and we request the distinguished panel to raise your voice globally to the corridor of power for his release, as well as the release of other journalists and the political leaders and the parliamentarians in Bangladesh. Thank you again, Professor Rafal. Our next guest is Dr. Nur Nabi, fondly known as Nabi Bhai across both sides of Atlantic, all the way to the sands of Pacific. He's a valiant freedom fighter of 1971 Liberation War. He's been elected 4 times as the council member at the Plainsboro County, New Jersey. He's also the recipient of the second highest national accolade, Ekushé Padak, I believe in 2020. And he's the leading voice against all kinds of oppressions. Very well known among the Bangladeshi diaspora, both in US and Europe. Dr. Nur Nabi, please. No voice.
All these distinguished speakers. Before I discuss about my topics, I would like to make some points. Number one is the events that happened last year is not a revolution, it's not an uprising. It was a orchestrated with millions of dollars conspiracy to oust an elected government of Sheikh Hasina. And these conspirators were outside forces like America, United Nations, European countries, Pakistan. Lately, we hear the name of Qatar, Turkey. So it was not a revolution, it was not an uprising. When Sheikh Hasina was forced to leave the country, he left Bangladesh as a model for economic development and a peaceful nation, security for every citizen. Now what Yunus did during last 15 months is that he transformed the country to a failed state, and it's a heaven for the terrorists, the militants. Now I would like to share my concern facing 180 million people of Bangladesh. The consequence of these issues will not only affect Bangladesh, but also the region and across the globe. What are those issues? They are corruption, human rights violation, rise of Islamist terrorism, sponsored by Dr. Muhammad Yunus and his regime. However, I will focus only on the rise of religious extremism in Bangladesh and regional instability, which I'm assigned to talk about. Let's talk about who is Dr. Yunus. He is currently the illegal, I repeat, illegal ruler of Bangladesh. He was installed as a chief advisor of the interim government of Bangladesh by removing a legal government of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, as I mentioned, through international and domestic conspiracies. And they used money. Just the US President Donald Trump mentioned that just last 1 year, $29 million was given to Bangladesh directly, and 21 million came through India from just one US agency, which is USAID. And moreover, there are other agencies who are involved like RII, Deep State, so on. So this conspiracy conducted by millions of dollars. Just 1 year, $50 million, but if we take account of last 16 years conspiracy against Sheikh Hasina's government, it totaled to some extent about $200 million. So it was not a revolution, not a uprising. It was a anarchy and a terrorism, militant activity hired with this $200 million cash during last 50 years, 15 years. Now, let me give you some evidence to my topics. I will provide evidence that Dr. Yunus and his regime are promoting religious extremism in Bangladesh, and I will discuss its impact on regional instability. Let's talk about the sponsoring of rise of religious extremism in Bangladesh by Yunus governments. After assuming power, first thing he did was releasing all the terrorists from the prisons. After August 5, 2024, militants who were sentenced and under trial have been released from the prison without any legal process. A report published by BBC reported that 300 accused in militant cases have been released. Among them were 10 accused top terrorists, 8 accused in the 10-truck arms smuggling case, and also members of at least 10 organizations were built without, militants were built without legal process. The extreme group whose members were released are Al-Qaeda affiliated Ansarullah Bangla team and ISIS affiliated offshoot Neo Jamatul Mujahideen Bangladesh, a newer Al-Qaeda inspired group. And all these members of all these are reported to getting training in the Chittagong Hill Tracts area. That means whatever has been done subversive activities so far, we must apprehend that there will be more violent activity by these groups who is Yunus released from the prisons. These terrorist groups are displaying their presence in public. They were showing flags of militant organization in the procession on the streets of Bangladesh. They have openly displayed the flags of ISIS on the streets of Dhaka and held demonstration and procession under the banners of banned militant organization. The banned organization of Hizbutul Tahiri held a large public procession in Dhaka on March 7, 2025 with prior announcement, but the law enforcement agencies have not taken any effective measures, and the DMP commissioner has recently said there was no militants in the country. Regarding the recent arrest of 36 Bangladeshi militants in Malaysia, the Home Affairs advisor said there was no militancy in Bangladesh. These religious extreme groups attack on minority communities. 2,442 incidents of communal attacks and violence occurred in previous 11 months since August 2024. In the first half of this year, Bangladesh has witnessed 258 incidents of violence against the minority communities, including Hindus. Of the total incidents, there were 20 incidents of rape, 59 attacks on places of worship. I'm talking about just 5 months this year. These militants are also attacking and looting shrines, bowl gathering, and socio-cultural events. This group also doing illegal activities which affected the numbers on murder, sexual harassments, and rape in Bangladesh. In addition to mob violence, The number of violent incidents against women has increased. According to official statistics, 12,726 cases of violence against women and children and 4,105 cases of rape have occurred from September 24 to June 25 of this year. Child murder and torture, as well as the insecurity of transgender community, also increased. These religious militants are also obstructing women's sports and cultural activities. So what is the impact of the rise of religious extremism and regional instability by this terrorist? Rise of religious extremism in Bangladesh threats regional security, particularly against India as well as Southeast Asia. Through transnational militant networks, radicalization of migrant workers, and use of modern financing methods, increasing the instability of the region, in the region. Threats against India is significant because of geographical proximity and similar demography. Moreover, Bangladesh is surrounded by India with a kind of porous border. Migration of militants to Indian neighboring state is a potential threat to the national security and stability of India. In mid-2025, Malaysian authority dismantled an Islamic State-inspired network that had recruited dozens of Bangladeshi migrant workers in the country. The group Garakan Militant Radical Bangladesh used social media and mobile banking system to recruit members, conduct allegiance ceremonies, and funds ISI operations abroad. The discovery of Bangladeshi militant network in Malaysia required cooperative efforts between Malaysian and Bangladeshi authorities. This kind of cooperation is not possible under the current hostile policy of Yunus governments toward India. This is an additional negative factor in this matter. What are the mitigation and challenges in this matter? They are counterterrorism cooperation, border security, and intelligence sharing, combating online radicalization, and addressing judicial backlogs. We just heard from Ambassador Sikri that Bangladesh government of Yunus are inviting these radical speakers like from India and Julkan Nayak and some speaker from Pakistan. This is also will pose a threat to the subcontinent stability. These policies of mitigation are only possible under a democratic government, not under illegal and radical government like Dr. Yunus. I have presented evidence that Dr. Yunus is not an ambassador of peace as perceived by the West. Rather, he is a sponsor of violence and terrorism. We are afraid that if he remains in power, he will complete his mission in converting Bangladesh to a failed state and as a haven for religious extremism. Therefore, Dr. Yunus' regime must be removed to save Bangladesh. Not today, not tomorrow. His government must be removed yesterday, have been removed yesterday. So what is the solution to peaceful solution to the Bangladesh crisis is that Yunus government must be removed. There should be a take care government under president, free and fair inclusive election, including Awami League and others. This is the only solution. Otherwise, Yunus is inviting a global proxy war in Bangladesh, and this Yunus government's promoting the radicalization of the Islamist militant militants and helping getting into the crisis of Burma's crisis. Then India and China and Russia will not be sitting idle. And we heard that the Pakistan ISI agents are roaming in Bangladesh, and they are training these radical Islamists, including the Rohingya refugees, to make an attack, this fundamental attack by these fundamentalist militants against India, and promoting or provoking a conflict between Bangladesh and Pakistan, Bangladesh and India, which eventually will turn Bangladesh a battlefield of regional war, as well as the proxy battlefield from the superpower. So Yunus government must be gone, and international community must raise their voice that Yunus is a threat to the sovereignty, independence of Bangladesh. And why we are asking international support? Because international community, with the help of West, America and others, they install this puppet, Yunus, in Bangladesh. So it is their responsibility to remove this puppet and help Bangladesh to continue the peaceful path to the development and a society based on secularism and a democratic system. So thanks for sharing my views and listening to me. Joy Bangla, Joy Bangabandhu.
Thank you, Dr. Nabi, for your thoughtful presentation and the evidence that you have presented and the evidence that Dr. Millat had presented before. One word comes to my mind is ochlocracy. This is a Greek word that means mobocracy orchestrated by the government. And Dr. Yunus' regime is doing exactly that, basically to unravel Bangladesh into total anarchy and chaos. My next guest and the last guest on this topic of rise of religious extremism and regional instability is Barrister Taposh Kanti Baul. He's an international human rights lawyer and defender. He's based in Germany. Mr. Taposh Kanti Baul.
Thank you, Mr. Rana, and distinguished guests. I'm not going to waste the time by addressing everyone, but it is my pleasure and honor to be present in this conference. The main discussion is that what is the situation of religious minorities in Bangladesh? We all know that after 5th of August, the religious and ethnic minorities were attacked. Without any doubt, they were attacked. Their temples were vandalized. Their all sorts of homes and business institutions were vandalized. Bangladesh Hindu Buddhist Christian Unity Council, in their report, they said that within 15 days, from 5th of August to 20th of August, there were more than 2,000 incidents that took place. And the range of incidents are murder, rape, forced conversion, destruction of temples and business and home institutions. What was their crime? Their crime is, first of all, they are Hindus. And as a Hindu, people automatically think that they are affiliated with India, they are affiliated with our Bangladesh Awami League. This is true that to the Hindu majority people, Hindu community, they think that Awami League is the vanguard of secularism. If Awami League is there, their rights are protected. And that's why election after election, they have voted for Bangladesh Awami League. It is clear from the events that took place after this that why they have voted for Bangladesh Awami League. Not only this is the situation, you see that after 5th of August, anyone who has a secular voice, like Shahriar Kabir, anyone who was talking about religious and ethnic minorities, like Chinmoy Prabhu, who is a ISKCON, who is a religious master from ISKCON. So all of them are thrown behind the bar. They are in prison in fictitious cases. Even anyone like me who are in the secular movement, who are working for the empowerment of religious and ethnic minorities, they have filed thousands of cases against them. So in this situation, the meticulous design of the Yunus government is pretty clear. First one is to silence their voice, and how to silence their voice through mob attack. Yes, this the term we are using is mob attack, but when there is a difference between mob attack and criminals, right? What is the difference? That when there is a mob attack, then we will see that random people are attacking those places. But when we are talking about criminals, we will see that the same faces are appearing again and again. So this was not a mob attack. This was identified criminals who attacked all sorts of institutions of religious and ethnic minorities. The same faces came up over and over again if you look into the videos that appeared right after this 5th of August. So uh, then we are seeing right now that forced religious conversion is on the rise right now after 5th of August, because Hizbut Tahrir, Jamaati Islami, and all sorts of Hefazat and everyone is forcing and targeting young Hindus for that, young Christians and Buddhists for that. Apart from that, that if you are a rebellious young boy or a girl, what will happen? Your Facebook, your social media will be hacked, and those very people will attack your house. They will try to kill you at first. If they don't manage to kill you, they will beat you up, they will lynch you and your family, destroy your home, your neighborhood, and the whole village. And then then the police will come to take you. They will take you to CMH, in the military hospital, where you will be treated. Like Utshab Mondol, what happened to Utshab Mondol, we don't know till today. Just the other day, there is this incident against a Buet student, just being said that he said something on certain social media, and then the radical students of Buet, they basically alleged that he raped a Muslim girl, but there was no victim there, and the Dhaka Metropolitan Police said that there was no such incident of rape. But what happened in the meantime? That boy's name and his family name is defamed all over. He is in jail, and his studentship is cancelled. So this religious extremism is growing under Yunus, and people are living the worst time of their life. Yes, it is true that people will say that religious minorities are targeted under every government, or over the last 50 years they were targeted. But within the same, like after within 1 year span, such kind of violation and violence did not happen. Just a few days ago, people started to target ISKCON, and they are saying that it is a terrorist organization, and for this reason they are asking the government, forcing the government to disband them. And this is what is happening not only to the religious minorities of Bangladesh. This is the same in ethnic minorities in the hill tracts. Even the lowland ethnic people like Shantals, Oraos, they are facing the worst time of their life, because their lands are getting grabbed, their schools are closed, all sorts of benefit they used to receive from the government, they are closed for a longer period of time. Hence, I would urge to the international community that please stand with the religious and ethnic minorities of Bangladesh. Save us from this tyrant, Dr. Yunus. He may have received the Nobel Peace Prize, but he is the reason for what the peaceful life of Bangladesh's religious and ethnic minorities are completely destroyed. Please help us to save the secular nature of Bangladesh. Once again, thank you, the organizers, for organizing this timely conference, and all the speakers for listening me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barrister Tapush Kanti Bowl. You have rightly said that the secular fabric of Bangladesh is systematically being dismantled by these religious extremists, and minority communities never went through this sort of violence since 1971. So we have to draw attention to this fact to the international community. And with that, the first part of our conference that titled The Rise of Religious Extremism and the Regional Stability ends. And I'm glad to hand over to a young war historian and author from Kolkata, Debaduti Dasgupta, to conduct the second part of our conference. Debaduti, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for handing me over the program for the second part. First of all, I would like to introduce Dr. Mohammad Abdul Rashid from Massey University, New Zealand, to give his presentation on a critical analysis of the fact-finding report of the United Nations Human Rights Office. So I would like to hand over Dr. Mohammad Abdul Rashid now. Sir. Please proceed, sir.
I'm trying to play my slides. They're uploaded. Can someone help to start them? I can. Okay.
Yes,
thank you.
yes, it is. It is there. Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm talking, but the slides gone. Can someone play those slides?
I think now it's there. Yes, I think you have to go ahead and explain slide by slide.
Okay, the time has already passed few minutes. I'm sorry. It's disturbing here. I have never saw this kind of disconnection suddenly from StreamYard. Anyway, but the slides are too small. The agenda for my talk is talk about the background of the report, the Human Rights Commission's report, its background, the missing context. I'll talk about the key finding of the report, and then we talk about our methodology, and then I'll go directly to the critical analysis of the report. There are 377 paras in that report. So it's a long report of 115 pages. So 10 minutes, just very little to talk. I'll probably pick some of the points, some of the paras, and then discuss them to show what is inside that report and how the report has distorted everything, and how the report is totally a biased and ordered report, and which serves the purpose of Professor Yunus. Background of the report: the Human Rights Commission started this report, getting invitation from Professor Yunus, interim government, and it covered from 1st July to 15 August what happened in Bangladesh, and it documents widespread uses of forced arbitrary detention and forced disappearance, torture, student-led protests rapidly nationally spread, curfews, internet restrictions, and the team interviews some victims, people, and uses published documents, photos, videos, official records, and it claims it has interviewed 250 participants. The key finding of that report is disproportionate use of force, arbitrary arrest, and large-scale detentions, enforced disappearance, targeting of journalists, gender-based violence, estimated up to 1,400 deaths, which is controversial, thousands detained, children and students among the deceased, chilling effect on freedom of expression, and impact on healthcare and emergency response, extrajudiciary killing. The red ones are important. I will touch in various paras. Extrajudiciary killing, it talks about military grade ammunition and firearm use, arbitrary detention, torture, inhuman degrading treatment in detention, suppression of protest related reporting, and etc. Key recommendation that report makes: call for independent investigations and prosecution, which we are seeing now, is pursued by Dr. Yunus and his interim government. Impartial investigation and killings and abuses, immediate measures to protect rights to peaceful assembly and freedom of expression. And we see what is this right of peaceful assembly and freedom of expression. We have heard the speakers about the horrible situation in Bangladesh, where people cannot gather, where Awami League peoples are banned, and few other political parties' activities are banned. Mob culture are affecting. So they are talking about immediate measures to protect right to peace as a peaceful assembly, but this is what is happening in Bangladesh nowadays. And freedom of expression has already gone. Nobody can open their mouths, cannot talk, cannot write. During the Sheikh Hasina's government, I remember there were 800 daily newspapers in Bangladesh, 800 daily newspapers all over the country, print and electronic. Now, none of these newspapers are controlled by free people. They are controlled by mob, by the interim government and the military control. It talks about ensuring access to justice and legal aid, and we see what is the situation of justice and legal aid in Bangladesh, and various other things it has in its key findings. But the problem is the context. The missing context in the report. The report ignored or intentionally avoided highlighting the most critical factors: the complex social and geopolitical landscape of the country, and the involvement of certain foreign organizations and governments that transformed the very reasonable and fair quota abolition movement of the students into a full-blown, hostile, bloody, regime-changing conflict leading to human rights violation. There is a reference here. The report failed to contextualize how the quota movement or anti-discrimination student movement was hijacked by opposition political parties, Islamist and extreme leftist groups to destabilize an elected government, which Dr. Nurunabi has already highlighted. The methodology we used our methodology identifies biased or inaccurate statements, explains methodological evidential weaknesses, and offers counter comments supported by internal contradictions and verifiable data with reference. Now we'll analyze that report, para 1 to 100. I'll do some of them, not all of them. Time is very limited. The first para, or the clause or point, as we mentioned in the report, para 1. In that para, something we have noticed. It writes, the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights Volker Turk first proposed a fact-finding mission in a letter sent on 23rd July to the Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina at the height of the crisis, but received no positive response to the invitations. We found this is a total lie. It's a false statement. In fact, there was a 3-page positive reply was sent through Foreign Secretary Masoud bin Momen on July 29. And it was mentioned also about this reply in the very popular newspaper. Prothom Alo is English version with the title Government Response to UNHRC Chief's Letter. And this was in local newspaper, and the letter was sent. It was a 3-page letter, and this letter talked all about the current situation, and also it acknowledges Mr. Turk's letter. And it writes, Excellency, I write in response to your letter dated 23rd July 2024, addressed to our Honorable Prime Minister. We share and appreciate your concerns over the recent events in Bangladesh and would like to assure you that normalcy is being quickly restored through the collective efforts of the government and the people. He further wrote, the movement waged by students of certain public universities seeking reforms of public service quota system was carried out peacefully without any disruption or impediment for 3 weeks at a stretch. During this time, the government made efforts to engage with the self-assigned coordinators of the movement and called upon students to wait for the judicial process before the appellate division of the Supreme Court to be exhausted so that the quota reform issue could be resolved without the need for interference by the executive. In parallel, the government and the law enforcement agencies ensured that all protests, sit-ins, rallies staged by the students could take place in a safe and secure environment. So this was a very nice letter replied to him, giving the detail of the situation and government's efforts to calm the situation and control the situation and listen to the students' demand and ensure that they will be satisfied. And even with this letter, Mr. Tut, and in the first para of the report, he denies that he did not receive this letter. So this is a question of credibility of the whole report. When he lied at the very beginning of the report, the rest of the report is very similar. On July 16th, 6 people were killed in Dhaka and Chittagong. On July 18, the government formed a commission of inquiry headed by Justice Khandukar Dilruzzaman of the High Court Division of the Supreme Court to submit a report within 30 working days. The High Commission's report omitted these important details. Sheikh Hasina said, "I want everything to be investigated because it needs to be found out what happened and how this happened. I have appealed to the United Nations to send their experts in any other, and if any other country wants, they can send their expert too." This was her open statement in the media. She was seeking the UN and other international organizations' cooperation for fair and proper investigation into the matter. And this was published on 31st July in the Dhaka Tribune newspaper. So these are all open in newspaper. Still today people can browse and see those news, and yet they started with a lie. Now on para 15 and 18, in accordance with its standard methodology, the OHCHR shared this report prior to publication with the interim government for its comments regarding any factual errors or inaccuracies, and integrated relevant comments received. Now you see it in the statement in that para 18, it admits that it had communicated with the interim government before it published it, and it integrated the relevant comments. That means inside this report, they have taken comments from the interim governments or probably modified whatever the interim government wanted them to write. This is clearly evident in this statement. In 15, the report acknowledges that the manner in which they have established the facts is not sufficient to convict anyone. Their findings may warrant further investigation by the appropriate criminal justice authority in the future. The manner in which they have established the facts is not sufficient is itself a proof of the weakness of the report. So they have themselves admitted that it's not sufficient the way they have investigated and found these facts. Para 16 and 17, before publishing the report, was sent to the interim government for their approval or comments. Those comments are also added in this report. That is, it is natural that the interim government also has its opinions here. In para 101 and 103, there was some discussions about the incident of 16 July when a university student known as Abu Said was killed in a procession. Apparently, the police was aiming at him with shotguns, And it was reported in the newspapers that these shotguns had rubber pellets. They were not metal bullets. And yet, the report mentions that he was wounded by metal bullets and he was killed by police from gunfire. Uh, this was not a true picture given by this report. Uh, there are other reports in newspapers and evidence from uh, people who were in the incident area. They saw a big wound in the neck of that Abu Said, and this was by some heavy uh, wooden weapon used, or some stone was thrown, and that injury was there, and that one probably also the main reason for his death. And the forensic report also reported that his death was also from uh, an injury in his head. So the report really claims different things to frame that he was killed by the police and implicate the uh, Awami League government for these atrocities. Over reliance of unverified and second-hand information. The report reportedly concedes that many accounts were unverified, second-hand, and based on limited access. This we can see on para 229 to 40. This seriously undermines the credibility of the report. The report presents strong causal claims, such that violent mob engaged in serious acts of revenge violence, or that certain political groups were involved, without specifying evidentiary standards of differentiating between verified and alleged incidents or perpetrators. Even the general population of Bangladesh knows the identity of those certain political groups. Those are the leaders and activists of BNP, Jamaat Islami, their armed factions, and other Islamic fundamentalists. In other words, Professor Yunus is supporters of July conspiracy, the OHCHR intentionally or under pressure from Yunus government or through Yunus government or through friendly compromise with Professor Yunus sought to obscure the identity of those political entities. This represents serious flaw in a report of such importance by an organization of this stature. In other paras, we find the one-sided portrayal and indemnifying crimes against humanity. The High Commissions consciously sought to normalize Professor Yunus and his supporters' notion of revenge attack, an attempt to indemnify crimes by describing it as revenge violence, as though they were inevitable and beyond the control of state. In doing so, the report paid little attention to the grave human rights violations committed by Professor Yunus and his supporters, killings ransoms, arsons, property damage, extortions, sexual violence, and other abuses. This serious flaw undermines the credibility of the UN body itself. By underestimating the suffering of a large section of the population and failing to analyze the state's responsibility to protect its citizens, the High Commission risks creating a false moral equivalence between state repression and mob retribution. The report even failed to mention that unjustified and unauthorized indemnity orders issued by the interim government on 14 October 2024. Now look into para 245. I'm touching just randomly some of the paragraphs just to show how the report is biased or totally one-sided. Paragraph 245 claims that between 1st July and 5th August 2024, the High Commission was unable to ascertain any genuine efforts by the authorities to investigate or ensure accountability for serious violations committed by security forces and Awami League supporters. Yet, paragraph 247 acknowledges that the then government established a judicial inquiry committee composed of 3 High Court division judges. The committee initially formed on 18 July and later expanded to 3 judges on 1st August 2024. Under the leadership of Justice Khandukar Dilur-Zaman, with Justice K.M. Jahid Sarwar and Muhammad Shaukat Ali Chowdhury, was officially tasked to investigate the violence within a period of 45 working days. While the report concedes this fact, it fails to discuss the turbulent equivalent that impeded the committee's operations. The weeks following the protest were marked by curfews, security lockdowns, clashes which severely restricted access to affected districts such as Rangpur and Dhaka. So they hindered their operational barriers. The report unfairly equates the absence of immediate result within the short period. In paragraph 249 to 51, the report continues a pattern of asymmetric treatment of violence, emphasizing alleged abuses by state and affiliated actors while giving limited attention to protester-led violence or incidents in which police, journalists, or Awami League supporters were harmed. Notably, Bangladesh police reported that at least 44 officers were killed during the protest, a figure later confirmed in the High Commission's own summary of findings. Yet, this fact is absent from this section of the report. This omission risks presenting a one-sided portrayal of accountability. Para 265 notes the ratification of the International Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearance and the inclusion of enforced disappearance as crime under the amended International Crime Act of 1973. It also records the creation of a Commission of Inquiry that verified 758 disappearance cases and recommended dissolving the Rapid Action Battalion. These are significant reforms aimed at addressing long-standing human rights concerns, yet The Commission discusses them in a manner that conveys skepticism rather than acknowledgement. This inconsistency reveals a selective validation where evidence of accountability is treated about while evidence of wrongdoing is amplified without equal. Para 300 to 308 of the report's final segment moves from flawed fact-finding to sweeping policy prescriptions. Under the guise of human rights advocacy, it recommends measures that intrude into Bangladesh's sovereignty and exceed the Commission's technical mandate. The proposal that the situation in Bangladesh be referred to international criminal mechanism is procedurally baseless. Bangladesh is not under Security Council referral, and no credible evidence indicates crimes of the gravity required for ICC jurisdiction. Moreover, the High Commission is not authorized to make such referrals. Only the Human Rights Council or the Security Council can do so. To imply otherwise transforms a subordinate UN office into a quasi-prosecutorial authority. Para 316 to 315, firearms policies and the penal code private defense provisions were misused to justify killings, permitting force beyond what is strictly necessary. This is the statement in those paragraphs. But paragraph 316 to 318 extends the outdated law argument by alleging that legal loopholes in the penal code and firearms regulations facilitated excessive and unjustified lethal force. Yet the report acknowledges within the same section that some shootings could have been lawful under imminent threat conditions. Despite this admission, it aggregates all uses of lethal forces into a single violation category, therefore obscuring distinctions between lawful defense, proportional response, and unlawful aggression. This methodological flattening determines credibility. A valid proportionality analysis would differentiate cases according to threat type, distance and weapon used, comment level, authorization, and review. The absence of this matrix suggests that the narratives was constructed not from verified incident level data, but from policy temporal design into such. So going through para by para, we can go to the last paras, but it is very similar. Uh, Facts are distorted, statements are biased, uh, certain issues are highlighted, firearms used by the police and law agencies are highlighted, while So the conclusion will be like this. The report suffer from methodological opacity, contextual imbalance, lack of rigorous analysis, lack of impartiality, and overly cautious diplomatic tone. The report executive emphasis on revenge violence, a narrative created by Professor Yunus himself to justify violence and atrocities against Awami League, their supporters, and the police, without examining the reasons behind the unprecedented atrocities and human rights violations, creates a distorted perception of blaming the victims while sparing the perpetrators. For a more credible and balanced human rights narratives, the Commission should have integrated historical context, structural analysis, and verified evidence standard, ensuring that its reporting strengthens, not obscures, to the pursuit of truth and justice in Bangladesh, facilitating a transition from the undemocratic Yunus government to democratic order. Finally, the report holds little to no substantive value for either the people of Bangladesh or the international community. Instead, it appears primarily aimed at serving the interests of Professor Yunus and his domestic and foreign allies, helping them consolidate power during this formative phase of the interim government. Thank you very much. Thank you. I have a little bit delayed my talk and had some problems. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you for your presentation, sir. And it was indeed insightful with a detailed report on exposing how this analysis was actually, I would say, very much flawed. Now, I would come to the situation of the women and minority rights in Bangladesh. As we are all aware, it's extremely deteriorating right now with the upcoming situation unfolding of violence perpetrated against women, and the rights of minorities being reduced day by day with, I would say, visuals coming on social media, especially of the atrocities committed on the minorities every day. Hence, on this talk of women and minority rights in Bangladesh, which is deteriorating under the Yunus government right now, I would like to invite Mr. Suhas Chakma, the Director of Rights and Risk Analysis Group from India, to talk about this matter first. And to be honest, he actually has been working on this the rights of indigenous people since the last 30 years, and he belongs to the indigenous Chakma community itself. So, Mr. Suhas Chakma, I would like to invite you for your talk now, sir. I think there is a little problem with the audio. No, it's still not. Unfortunately not. I think it would be better if you speak without the speaker, sir. If you could disconnect the...
Can you...
Now it's perfect.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. And now I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me. And I think today is possibly the most appropriate day to speak about women and minority rights. For the reason being, today there was a demonstration which took place at Khagrachari district in the Chittagong Hill Tracks, saying that 3 persons who were shot dead by the Bangladesh Army on 28th of September. After 1 month, today, Parbata Chittagram Chhatra Parishad, which is of the settlers in the area, They are blaming an organization of the indigenous peoples called United Peoples Democratic Front to be responsible for the killing or for the death of these 3 persons. So what we face in the Chittagong tracks is the situation, human rights situation in that area has not been positive, I mean, for a long period of time. But I think we face a new situation. We face a situation under Nobel laureate, Dr. Yunus, which was not seen, I think, at any point of time in history of the Chittagong tracks. I think in the last 15 days, the meeting of the Refugee Rehabilitation Committee, which has been established by the government of Bangladesh in 1997, as well as the Chittagong Tracts Land Commission, which is headed by a former judge of the Supreme Court. These are governmental bodies, could not take place simply because the settlers belonging to the majority community opposed it. And when I talk about settlers, I think we have to bear in mind why I'm using that particular term. I think people of the Chittagong tracts had no objection to the people who migrated to that region on their own. But the people, when we talk about settlers in the Chittagong tracts, are the people who were implanted in the Chittagong tracts by General Jia from 1979 to 1983, partly by Ershad, but the scheme was initiated by General Ershad. Then, of course, there is this Chittagong Tracts 1900 regulation, which in the Indian subcontinent, you have the Bengal Eastern Frontier Regulation from 1873 prohibiting the settlement of the outsiders in these areas, both you find in India and Chittagong Tracts of Bangladesh, to basically safeguard the ethnic identities of the communities there. So the settlers objected. The government bodies are not able to hold meetings. This is not something which we had not seen under any of the Awami League government. This is not something which we had seen under the BNP when they were in power from 2001 to 2006. These are not something which we had not seen under the previous caretaker government in 2008 and 2009, when there was an interim government when the military had taken power. But today we have a situation where the Nobel laureate actually feels no shame whatsoever, even if his own governmental bodies cannot organize a meeting, the government meeting. So it would be like the British government not being able to organize any meeting on Northern Ireland because some radical elements will oppose it. And that's the situation that we have. And on the other hand, what we have is, I think in Bangladesh, they have perfected the art of lying. And you have the spokesperson of the chief advisor, Safikul Alam, who is, you could say in a way, is the modern day Goebbels. And it's something which we had not seen, because every time you come up with something credible, they come up with another narrative which is absolutely based on falsity and falsehood, and they present it through what is called the chief advisor pursuing fact check. So it's run by Safikul himself. And of course, each time you'll be seeing that the government of the day is the only owner of the truth. And when the government of the day claims itself to be the only owner of the truth, then of course you have to assume and presume that this is possibly the most dictatorial government. So it's like the Pravda newspaper, which we have in the Soviet Union. So only truth which is being spoken is the chief advisor's press wing fact check, which is run by Safikul Alam. And I think the worst part of it is that it's funded by the British government, as part of the capacity building program for the chief advisor's office. So wherever, I mean, you see the government trying to be the owner of the truth or so-called truth or setting the agenda, it basically means that you have very little access to the truth. And that's, I think, the problem which you're facing in the Chittagong Huntrix region with respect to violence against women, violence against the minorities. And women I specifically mentioned simply because there has been increase of unprecedented number of rape incidents. And this rape incidents, if we look at it, on the 23rd of September this year, one 14-year-old girl was gang raped by 3 persons. The students were protesting, and they're protesting for only one reason, that the culprits should be arrested. And the authorities failed to basically arrest the culprits, because if they belong to the majority community, so once the culprits are arrested, it becomes a communal issue. Then, of course, indigenous peoples are attacked. So when the students were launching this movement on 28th of September at a place called Guimara, the security forces, that's Bangladesh Army, shot dead 3 indigenous persons who were peacefully protesting. And of course, about a dozen people were injured. Then till today, there is no inquiry. There is no rehabilitation of the affected families, because the houses were burned, the shops were burned, and there is complete impunity. And we have to understand this impunity in the context of rising, you could say, intolerance, extreme form of intolerance towards the minorities. And of course, in the Chittagong tracks, it becomes a bit different from the mainstream Bangladesh, because ethnically and with the physical features, the indigenous peoples are different. So there's an ongoing conflict between the indigenous peoples and people who have been settled. It's almost like between the settlers, Israeli settlers in the occupied Palestinian territories, where they always resort to extreme form of violence. In fact, even the US had to impose sanctions on certain individuals, the settlers. So in that kind of an atmosphere, then rape or the sexual violence against women, especially the indigenous women, almost becomes the instrument. And that's what we are facing. It becomes much more complicated, because in the Chittagong tracks and in the neighborhood, the Cox's Bazar, you have the Rohingya refugees. So if you look at the Rohingya refugees, what do you have? We know that they are victims. They are victims of violence. Victims of violence by whom? Victims of violence by the Buddhists on the other side, who look like the indigenous people in the Chittagong tracks. So you have a situation which is a domestic conflict in the Chittagong tracks, which has been further complicated by the presence of enormous amount of Rohingya refugees who are going into the Chittagong tracks, being settled there. Then in between, you have the government, the interim government, supporting basically the narrative of Islamizations there, with reason being most of the Islamic fundamentalist groups, which one of the speakers had referred to, they are operating from the Chittagong tracks, and they are not operating on their own. And we know that there have been visits of so many generals from Pakistan. Obviously, they are not coming to see Bangladesh for tourism purposes. They are not coming there to set up any kind of industrial project, because it's a sick economy. And they are not there to share any of the good practices with respect to good governance, rule of law, etc. So why are they so much interested? Then we have the Chittagong tracks at this point of time, which is completely facing a problem of its own, which has not been resolved, but at least there was some control that it should not vitiate beyond certain stage. Now you have the situation of the Rohingyas, which is increasing because of the involvement of many of the Islamic fundamentalist groups. Then, of course, involvement of international actors, not necessarily only for the purpose of geopolitics, but I think we are going to see in the coming months, leading up to the elections, basically use of the proxy wars in the Chittagong tracks. So we face these problems. So there have been increased amount of rape. I think what is more, heart-wrenching is to see when you see this young bomb women, girls with their children, 4 years, 2 years, 3 years, who have been sent to prisons regarding or for alleged bank robbery. So you have the entire Chin community, whose entire population is about 13,000, 15,000 people. About
I would like to interrupt
2,500 of
short.
them.
I would like to interrupt shortly, sir. Like we are a bit out of time. If you could
Okay, I'll just
wrap it
finish
up
in 2 minutes.
short.
Yeah. And then what happens is they all of them are about 25% of the populations of the Chins either in the Chittagong Hill Tracts or in India. I think the last point which I wanted to mention is that when this incidents have come up from September, there was an allegation which was made by the Home Advisor that the protest which actually took place because of the gang rape on 20th of September was actually supported by India. It is as if India had asked someone to rape there. In the final analysis, what we saw is much more, I think, concerning. I think the spokesperson of the India's foreign ministry made an intervention or official statement on 5th October saying we have nothing to do with it. You resolve your own problems. Then we have on the 5th of October a group called Parbat Chittagram Janasangati Samiti, which is in power at the regional council, issuing a statement saying that the UPDF, its rival faction, was responsible for the violence. So what I want to highlight, the beginning, what I had said, that what Safiqul Alam and all others, chief advisor, is trying to develop a narrative that the security forces are not responsible. The rape was engineered by India. It is done by the other tribal groups. And they have even at this point of time basically used the PCJSS to counter the statement of India. And if you look at it, PCJSS is in power, partly also thanks to the Awami League. They have been in power for the last 27 years without elections. 27 years. From 1989, we never had elections in the district council or regional council. And so you could see 30, 35 years, democracy has never reached the Chittagong tracks. And when the violence against women take place, you have the chief advisor, his spokesperson, Safiqul Alam, the military, entire thing that they operate in such a manner. There is complete impunity in the Chittagong tracks, and you cannot publish the truth in Bangladesh. And so that's the reality. And that's why I think it becomes much more distressing because the violence against women after UNES had taken over has increased because nobody had seen, either under Awami League, BNP, or any caretaker government of the military, that the government bodies cannot hold meetings. So the government doesn't exist there. It's absolute impunity. And I think that's the biggest problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And I understand, especially regarding the Chittagong Hill Tracks, how much it has escalated. Now, I would like to call upon Ms. Pushpita Gupta, President, Secular Bangladesh Movement from UK, and she is also a human rights activist and UK Labour Party councillor. Now, I would like to give the stage to you, ma'am.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you for inviting me, and honorable distinguished guest, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. We are gathered here to defend something very simple. For me, it is a very simple yet very powerful human dignity. In Bangladesh, between August 2024 and June 2025, we have seen a painful rise in communal violence and attacks on women. These are not just numbers or view stories. Behind every report, there are people, families who lost their homes, children who live in fear, and women whose courage is being tested every single day. During the short period, there was 2,442 incidents of communal violence, including murders, rapes, attacks on temples, arson land grabs, and false arrests. At least 50 people from minority groups were killed. And 29 women, many of them minors, were raped or gang raped. Homes, schools, temples, and small businesses have been burned and destroyed. Many families are now displaced and afraid to return to their village. While the government has acknowledged some cases, the overall responses has been slow and denied. And you probably noticed Dr. Yunus has been giving lots of interviews on international media, and then he's clearly saying it is India's propaganda. And in most cases, those responsible face no punishment. One example is the arrest of Chinmoy Krishnadas Prabhu, spokesperson for the combined Sanatani Jagaran Youth. His arrest on questionable charges shows a clear pattern targeting those who speak for minority rights. Recently, Islamists are running an open campaign on social media and public places and inciting others. They are using a hashtag TMD, in full form Total Malaun Death, means kill all Hindus. If you just search it up, just hashtag TMD, you will find a lot of disturbing pictures, videos, and audios as well. This is not just about the community, it is about justice itself, and whether all citizens, regardless of faith, can live safely in their own country. Alongside religious violence, Bangladesh has also seen a disturbing increase in violence against women and girls. Between August 2024 and January 2025, there were over 8,300 reported cases of violence against women. I repeat, 8,300 within August 2024 till January 2025. Some incidents shook the whole nation, like the moral policing in Cox's Bazar, the harassment of a Dhaka University employee over her dress, and the rape and death of an 8-year-old girl in Magura. After the political changes in 2024, a group calling themselves Tahudi Janata, or conscious Muslim citizen, started using religion as a weapon or reason to harass women in public. Women have been attacked for how they dress, how they walk, or even for smoking in public. Even worse, many of the attackers are released within a day and welcomed as heroes. Some go on social media and justify their crimes. This is not religion. It is partially and hate disguised as faith. It is dangerous culture where harassing women is seen as normal and protecting women is seen as weakness. These problems do not exist in isolation. After the July 2024 uprising and the political transition, our society became deeply divided and anxious. When fear spreads, people look for someone to blame, and minorities and women become easy targets. Ignorant attitude, extremist ideas, and weak law enforcement make things worse. We are now seeing hate speech in public spaces, online abuse, and mob violence becoming common. When a society allows this kind of behavior, everyone's freedom is at risk. So what we can do? First, the government must ensure that every case of communal or group-based violence is investigated fairly and independently. Justice must be equal, not selective. Second, those who speak for justice, journalists, lawyers, activists, must be protected, not punished. Third, we must invest in education and awareness. Children should grow up learning respect, equality, and empathy, not hate or control. Finally, the international community must support local human rights defenders, women's groups, and minority communities. Solidarity gives them strength and safety to continue their work. Dear honorable guest, the struggle for human rights is not just about the country, it is about all of us. Bangladesh's story is a reminder that freedom and equality need constant protection. We must stand together for the women silenced by fear, for the family forced from their home, and for every person who dares to speak the truth. Let us be clear, no one should suffer for their faith, their gender, or their voice. Justice is not a dream, it is a duty, and it is the duty we all share. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for your insightful talk in this matter. Now, on the same women and minority rights, I would like to invite Ms. Natalia Sineva Pankowska. She is the representative of the Never Again Association Poland, and she is also a human rights expert, peace educator, and author, and she specializes very much on the Holocaust studies and reconciliation. Now, Natalia, ma'am, thank you for coming, and I would like to hand over the show to you.
Thank you very much, distinguished chair, distinguished colleagues and friends. It is an honor to speak with you today and to be with you today on behalf of a Never Again Association and Minorities for Peace initiative. And I am very grateful to the Global Center for Democratic Governance and South Asia Democratic Forum for bringing all us together to address the critical situation in Bangladesh today. As someone who has dedicated years to the study of genocide history and minority rights in Eastern Europe, and being minority myself with indigenous roots, I am following the ongoing crisis in Bangladesh with particular focus on minorities and post-genocide process of dealing with the past and reconciliation. And what is the role of minorities in this process? Today, I would like to speak not just as a scholar, but first of all, express my solidarity with the people of Bangladesh, especially those of diverse communities, minorities, indigenous peoples, journalists, writers, lawyers, and civil society representatives. We focus on women. Bangladesh is a diverse country with Hindu, Buddhist, Christians, and other minorities being an integral part of it, as well as indigenous people. And as it has been already mentioned, the reported numerous cases of violence against religious minorities and indigenous peoples and rising attacks on places of worship, temples, churches, and other religious sites, attack against minorities, women, rapes are especially alarming today. The society is also highly traumatized, and minorities feel insecure to express fully their identity today in the current context of Bangladesh. Such attacks are often minimized or accused by portraying the victims as politically involved and therefore legitimate targets. There are reported attempts to minimize or justify violence by saying that minorities are politicians or connected to political parties or were involved with a political party, Awami League. Therefore, it's not a violence, it can be justified. This is a strategy which usually used by perpetrators of those who deny, distort atrocities and genocide, but by transferring the guilt to victims themselves. We have seen this pattern in many parts of the world, where genocide happens in the past, and perpetrators shift the blame to victims to justify atrocity crimes, to justify themselves. minorities supported the previous government because it was largely more inclusive and secular and accepted minority narratives. Bangladesh was founded through a violent liberation struggle of 1971, a war that culminated in genocide of over 3 million Bengali people by the Pakistani military with support of local collaborators. And this genocide, for well documented and widely recognized by survivors and some other genocide organizations such as Genocide Watch, for example, remains a deeply polarizing issue with Bangladesh today. And its effects continue to impact society, Bangladeshi society today. Yes, Bangladesh is a post-genocide society, and to a large extent, many challenges it faces today are consequences of this incomplete process of dealing with the past. The process of dealing with the past is the framework which we know was developed in post-conflict, post-genocide context, and it addresses the needs of communities, including minorities, by acknowledging history, recognizing victims, and ensuring accountability. And in 1997, the United Nations outlined 4 interdependent pillars of dealing with the past: the right to know, documentation, truth, historical records, the right to justice, tribunals, accountability, protection of victims, the right of reparations, rehabilitation, memorials, healing, restitution, the guarantee of non-recurrence, protection of minorities, indigenous people, peace building, and disarmament. None of these have been fully realized in Bangladesh. Until truth is acknowledged, until justice is delivered, the minorities are protected, the cycle of violence will be continuing and continuing. Yes, Bangladesh has made significant efforts towards seeking justice for the atrocities of 1971 through the International Criminal Tribunal, which has been persecuting those responsible for war crimes. I mean local collaborators. However, this effort is now under threat. And this is an attempt of historical revisionism. The textbooks are being changed or are going to be changed soon. The museum narratives are also supposed to be changed, and I think it can happen soon, to serve political goals of certain political parties, complicit of collaboration during the genocide. What would be placed for minorities and indigenous people in this? Will they be included in the narrative? At the moment, we know that judges, lawyers, human rights activists, journalists, such as our friend Shahriar Kabir, a writer and journalist.
Is there anywhere else?
Silence.
Can you see anywhere else away from the piano?
Sorry?
No, is there somebody else speaking? Can that person be on mute for some time?
Oh, sorry. This symbolizes a danger.
Please go ahead.
Sorry, I can go, yes? I can continue. So at the moment, we see that these people, such people as Shahriar Kabir, a human rights defender, writer, and a great friend in Central and Eastern Europe, are being silenced, suppressed, or accused of politically fabricated cases. This symbolizes a dangerous inversion of historical truth. And if it will continue, it will impact the country's future and its ability to have a proper process of dealing with the past and rebuild itself after the trauma. The protection of minority are equally essential and part of dealing with the past. Minority rights are based on 4 pillars, again defined by the United Nations: protection of existence, protection and promotion of identity, equality, non-discrimination, and the right to effective participation, including state and political participation. In Bangladesh, minorities, whether religious, ethnic, or political, are often on front line of violence and marginalization. For example, the situation of Hindu Bangladeshis, as well as other minorities, is increasingly dangerous, and their safety, their possibility to express their identity, to participate actively in political life, today under threat, and they're afraid and scared of mob violence, but also lack of protection. So there should be more protection from the government. And Bangladesh history of inclusivity as reflected in the founding ideals of its liberation struggle, secularism, as said by our friend Shahriar Kabir, must be respected and followed. And the state must ensure that all citizens, regardless of their religion, ethnicity, or political affiliation, are protected and able to live in peace and actively participate in political life and all other aspects of life. And minority rights are fundamental to the concept of inclusive citizenship. And I think it's very important for Bangladesh to think about this now. And we would like to address international community and call international civil society. This is time when human rights organizations such as Human Rights Watch and many others should be and stand together with genocide scholars and genocide studies organizations such as Genocide Watch, Never Again Association, Lemkin Institute for Study of Genocide, and others. So human rights organization and genocide studies organization, they should work together and know this historical context and help also to Bangladesh to build more inclusive community, and also to investigate violence against minorities to ensure accountability. And of course, demand the release of human rights defenders and minority rights friends, such as Bangladesh friend Shahryar Kabir. Joy Bangla, Joy Bangabandhu. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your insightful talk, and I hope your solidarity for the people of Bangladesh reaches the people of Bangladesh, and I hope situations also change. And thank you so much for your talk. Now I would like to invite Dr. Chongsi Aye Joseph. He is the President, CEO, Center for Human Rights and Peace Advocacy from Cameroon. He has 20 years of experience in human rights, and we would all like to know brief about his own perception on the women and minority rights, which is deteriorating right now in Bangladesh. Off to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me in this very important international forum and conference on Bangladesh. As a matter of fact, I want to thank you again for that wonderful introduction, and very modest introduction of myself as a human rights specialist, specialist in international human rights law with a PhD in that. And so I have listened carefully to the previous speakers who have raised very important issues related to the violation of general violation of human rights in Bangladesh. At this point that I'm about to talk about women, I want to refer specifically to instrument regulating women's rights. And before I do that, I want to state clearly that the recent report published by the United Nations on population indicates that women constitute more than 50% of the world's population. And as they constitute 50% of the world's population, when it comes to Bangladesh, they are 50-something point, something percent, which means they are still more than men in Bangladesh. And yet, with this overwhelming number over men, they still constitute the least population that occupy former positions in governance structures. And so it is important, therefore, to look at the instruments that regulate women's rights so that they can be able to benefit from the protection of the law, first international law, second national law, which of course the government is struggling to incorporate this law into national law for the benefit of these people and to benefit of everybody. Let me first of all look at the three principles of human rights. The first principle is the principle of equality. The principle of equality, though even as it is a little general, tells us that we are born equal in dignity and in rights and supposed to act towards another in the spirit of brotherhood. This is enunciated in Article 1 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And so the principle of equality becomes a fundamental principle in human rights, that which nobody should tamper with. And then we have also the second principle, which is the principle of non-discrimination. And the principle of non-discrimination is captured by Article 2 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which simply means we should not discriminate against each other on the basis of color, social status, sex, political, religious, and other opinion. Discrimination in any of these issues constitute violation of the person's right and therefore constitute violation of women's right in Bangladesh, as it has been elucidated by previous speakers, and as we know. And the third principle, fundamental principle, is the principle of participation. And the principle of participation enjoins everybody, including women, to participate in the governance of his community, of his state, and international organizations. And this principle is captured by Article 21 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in its sub 3, and Article 25 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights in Article 25. And so it is important, therefore, to note that these basic principles of human rights does not only relate to men and their like, but it concerns women, minorities, indigenous people, and so on and so forth. So it is fundamental. And we're supposed to monitor the violation of this right in order to seek for redress. I want to come now to specific instruments related to women's rights. And I'm talking about the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. It is the UN Convention. Complete comprehensive definition of discrimination against women is found in its Article 1. Violation of this article constitute violation of women's rights and therefore constitute a matter of litigation. To move on, we will also realize that women, because I have heard somebody talking about discrimination, violence against women, which violence, aspect of violence is also trafficking in women. And Article 6 of this convention forbids trafficking in women, which is an aspect of violence against women. And so if we move on, therefore, to now, how do women participate in the governance of their society? Article 7 gives the right to participation. I'm saying this because we have all heard that elections are on the way in Bangladesh, and women constitute the vast majority of the Bangladeshi population, which means women should take the lead in these elections. Women should elect the persons they would like to be governed by. Because of the overwhelming number, they can do that. And so it is also said that we should involve women in all peace processes in our communities, in our nation. And so UN Resolution 1625, UN Resolution 1625 clearly requests states to involve women in all peace processes. We are talking about the revolution that took place in Bangladesh between July to August. How were women involved in the resolution of this conflict? How have women been involved in the resolution of this conflict? This is what we ought to be monitoring, taking down notes, taking that information, so that when there is any inquiry commission that comes down, we should be able to fit the information with what we have, not to allow it happen, as the previous speaker presented the UN report that has a lot of loopholes, because certainly they did not have contrary information rather than that which was provided by the state. We need to do this as civilians, as civil population. We need to do this as civil society in order to help out things. And so with this one, we are therefore saying that women should be involved in all peace processes in conflict situations in any country, including Bangladesh. And I want to say that Article 4 of the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women also state that government should take affirmative action, which affirmative action is intended to protect women, give women the chance to enjoy their rights, which may sound like discrimination against men, but the affirmative action should be temporal because they want to protect women. These are provisions of international law that we should address our minds to and see in what way we can help women enjoy their right and participate in the governance of the nation. And so I want to say again that we all know that women need to have access to justice whenever their rights are violated. And access to justice entails quite a number of issues. First, they need to know whether their rights are violated or not, which means there is need for education, training, and so on. We cannot only sit and we allow our people, our women, to continually be maltreated, to continually be battered because of ignorance of the law. We need to train them on international and national laws that benefit them in order for them to have access to justice. We also need to train key stakeholders, judicial police officers who carry on investigation, magistrates and lawyers, so that they should understand. We know that because of religious practices, because of discrimination at the level of strength, those who hold keys power discriminate against women. We need to train them to understand that women constitute an important resources in every state, especially in the case of Bangladesh, where they are more than 50% of the population, and therefore constituting very important human resources that we cannot joke with. We would want to note again that revolutions in the world have always been led by women. And so I want to call on the Bangladeshi women to stand up for their rights and fight for their rights and die for their rights. What comes to mind is the case of Rosa Parks in the then United States society, where the blacks were being discriminated upon, where the blacks were not allowed to sit in the same bus with whites. And there was this black woman, Rosa Parks, who came and sat in front where the white people ought to be sitting, and she was beaten and sent to jail. But what happened after is what is our great interest. That today she was exonerated, and in the US today there is a special day set aside for Rosa Parks. And so it is important to note that women take leads in every resolution. It is in the same light that during the French Revolution of 1789, the march of the women to Versailles in France caused the collapse of Louis XIV, who was considered as being the God, sent by God on earth, and that he had the right of death and life over his citizens, but he was pulled down by women. The collapse of the Versailles led to the storming of the Bastille, where political prisoners were imprisoned. But today,
interrupting you, sir, I would like you to conclude a bit earlier, as we are running short of time again.
Thank you. Today we see France as a democratic country, with women being considered as part of the important resources in the society. Let us end, therefore, by saying, if injustice becomes the rule, if injustice becomes the law, then resistance must become our duty. We need to resist. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your insightful talk, and especially on providing this awareness to all of us that women should step up for their rights, knowing what their rights are. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Rahman Khalilur Mamun. He is the president of International Forum for Secular Bangladesh, based in Switzerland, and he is also a human rights defender and journalist. Over to you, sir. I would like you to take on with the show now. Sir, you are inaudible, unfortunately.
I think, do you
Yeah,
hear me?
I
Are
can
you
hear you
hearing
now.
me? Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank so much for give a opportunity to on this international conference. I would like to give a respect and the Dr. Habibi Millat, who is the organizer and the president of the organization, and thanks to the moderator, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Uh, the aftermath of Sheikh Hasina government fall has seen a significant rise in violence against women across Bangladesh. Reports of number of rape and other forms of violence have become alarmingly frequent. Incidents such as the gang rape of two young women in South Karanganj on August 9 and the gang rape of the elderly woman in Sudrodra Udayan on September 7 reflect the grim reality women face in this troubled period. In both cases, the culprits remain either under dignity of the absconding, highlighting systematic failures in the law conflicts and justice delivery. The gang rape in South Karanganj involved 6 individuals, which only one arrested by locals and the handed over to the police. The remaining accused remain unstable. Similarly, the Shudra Udayan incident, where a 65 years old woman was attacked while seeking relief in the capital, uh, demonstrators and the virtuality of the woman even in public spaces. The case was transferred to the Women Support and the Investigation Division, yet no progress has been made in dignity of apprehending the perpetrators. Both incidents were filed under the Section 9(3) of the Prevention of the Oppression of Women and Children Act 2000. But the lack of arrest underscores the identification of the legal and the policing systems. From January to September, police records reveal that the starting 12,769 cases were filed under the Women and Children Rapes Prevention Act 2000. Of these, 10,686 cases were especially related to the violence against the women, while the remainder concerned child abuse. A total of 24,339 individuals were accused in these cases. However, only 7,835 arrests were made. This means that more than two-thirds of the accused remained at large, further emboldening offense and the perpetrators a culture of impunity. The data from the police headquarters paints a stark picture of the systematic indicates, while the Prevention of Oppression of Women and Children Act provides legal provisions to address such crimes. Its enforcement remains inconsistent and largely ineffective. The lack of the timely arrest and the inability to trace perpetrators, even a high profile cases, underscore the need for urgent reforms in the country's legal and policing machinerism. Beyond the numbers, these incidents highlight the border
Hello, hello, Mr. Rahman. Can you hear me? Hello. I think he disconnected or some.
Go to next session, please.
Yes, absolutely. So, as he has, I think, some problem with his connectivity, I would like to proceed to the next session regarding the freedom of expression and journalism, which is again in decline, complete decline in Bangladesh. We can see very well about how much the increase of yellow journalism has increased, including the complete manufacturing of fake news, which is coming out every day from Bangladesh, targeting India and whoever might be speaking against the interim government of Bangladesh from inside Bangladesh as well. Hence, regarding talking about this matter and bringing it up to the public, I would like to invite Dr. S.M. Masum Billah. He has been a human rights lawyer and a visiting professor to the University of Côte d'Azur from France. So, on to you, Dr. S.M. Masum Billah, sir.
Hello. Am I audible?
Hello. Absolutely.
Excellent. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. And it's evening here at the Co-French Riviera. And I welcome all the distinguished scholars, participants of this August conference. And such a privilege to find myself amongst these bright minds from all over Bangladesh, India, and elsewhere of the globe. And I'm speaking from the land of liberté, fraternity, and égalité. That three core expressions probably tells everything and also covers all the issues this conference since last few hours have been trying to convey. Now, just focusing on to the particular issue this session is going to focus on is about freedom of expression and the status of journalism in the post 5th August settings and scenario. And to be very honest, the issue is interlinked with other issues so far has been discussed and analyzed by the respected speakers. That reminds us the individuality of the idea of human rights. I would like to view the issue from its interconnectedness, its mellowness, its indivisibility, and its universality of the idea. That being said, I must interpret the issue of freedom of expression and journalism with the right to life, liberty, property, body, reputation, freedom of association, freedom of assembly, right to profess religion, right to freedom of thought and conscience. So when I speak about freedom of expression, I mean to include all these interconnected rights together and the emphasize on the idea of human rights to be materialized by the government through the executive machinery and through the judicial process of a particular country. In particular, the history of Bangladesh actually has been the history of human rights canvas. Bangladesh itself is a product of human rights violation. Look at the 1971 War of Liberation. Bangladesh declared its independence against the canvas of widespread contempt to human rights and disregard to human civilization. That's why when we talk about freedom of expression, right to liberty, or freedom of press, everything that matters to us matters to us very much in a significant manner. Now, if I would like to draw your attention to the constitutional guarantee itself, which Bangladesh has placed to itself, right, in Article 39 of the Constitution of Bangladesh, it says, freedom of thought and conscience is guaranteed. That's clear and very poignant. There is no other qualification, unreserved. Article 2 of Sub-Article 2 of Article 39 says, it reminds first some restrictions. It reads like this: subject to any reasonable restrictions imposed by law in the interest of security of a state, the security of a state, friendly relations with foreign states, public order, decency or morality, in relation to contempt of court, defamation, or incitement of an offense. These 9, restrictions. The state is reminding you, firstly, all these restrictions, and probably very heavyweight restrictions and very slippery restrictions, wide enough to be abused by the authoritarian regime like Professor Yunus and his council of members. Very ironically, I want to remind this panel that the law advisor, Professor Asif Nazrul of this current government, used to conduct or anchor a TV program which was called Article 39, which says freedom of thought and expression. Unfortunately, and the paradox is that under his government now, the status of freedom of expression is greatly undermined and choked. So Article 39, they say, subject to these restrictions, right to every citizen to freedom of speech and expression and freedom of the press are guaranteed. Very important to be noted that freedom of speech and expression has been separately mentioned, and freedom of the press has been guaranteed in a separate clause. That means in Bangladesh, the framers of the constitution wanted to emphasize separately upon the rights of the journalist, upon the rights of the freedom of the press. That's very important, but very shocking that in the current state of Bangladesh, these rights are under threat. As an academic, what attracts my attention is 4 or 5 cases I would like to mention, among other statistics to be soon shown to you. Number 1, let me remind you the story of Farzana Rupa, the courageous woman journalist of Ekattur television, who used to, make accountable all the famous ministers of the previous government, has been unreasonably, arbitrarily arrested and detained in false and fabricated cases. And it has been by now 1 year, Rupa and her husband has not been guaranteed bail. Rupa's issue is not only a matter of journalism, it is also a matter of women's justice, how the status of the women and their freedom of expression is being treated under this interim regime. And her story is also related how a mom journalist, like of a minor, is being treated and unreasonably, illegally, arbitrarily, capriciously is being denied bail, which is a fundamental character of criminal justice system of Bangladesh. Right. Second story I want to remind is about Shahryar Kabir, who is one of the speakers have referred to. Kabir's story is more pathetic. It is not the first time Shahryar Kabir is serving the imprisonment or unlawful detention. I remind you, in the post-2001 minority persecution scenario, Kobir was arrested. Kobir was detained. For what? What was her crime? His crime? Because he filmed the minority, systematic minority repression in the post-2001 election. There was a challenge before the court, and the court declared it illegal. But now, even you cannot even challenge them. Even the bail is not being guaranteed. A very fundamental tenet of the criminal justice system. Third one I want to mention is Munzul Alam Panna. Panna, was very much vocal, was airing, TV, YouTube program or social media program, being cornered from the mainstream television, and his organization probably organized a talk on the 1972 Constitution, which will speak about secularism, pluralism. Panna was arrested from the press club itself, and he shouted "Joy Bangla," right? So his voice is being chalked down, right? And one of the freedom fighters, Abdul Latif Siddiqui, Bulbul, was captured. Hafizur Rahman Karzan, a very progressive professor of Dhaka University, was also arrested unreasonably from that occasion, from that event. Fourthly, the banning of Awami League itself. Even writing a single word in the Facebook about Awami League and the collaborators, quote and unquote, those shore of Awami League, is susceptible to be arrested and detained. Can you imagine it? Even a single post in the Facebook, under the misuse of the so-called anti-terrorism law, which by now the Human Rights Watch and many other international watch bodies have rightly referred that the current administration is using the anti-terrorism law to chalk down the voice of the journalists. Very sad, unfortunate. Now, let us not forget the latest warning given by Shafiqul Alam, the press secretary of Professor Yunus, reminding that, look, don't dare to take the interview of Sheikh Hasina. Even he is threatening to the Reuters and independent journalists out of his jurisdiction, antithesis to any kind of guaranteed principle of human rights. Like, okay, you cannot take the interview. Remember the history and the crimes he has committed, and don't forget the context. Now, you are also reminding to the international journalist whether somebody will take whose interview, you are trying to regulate it. Now, look at this. And they have spreaded all kind of hatred and animosity in the society. And I don't know what kind of gain they are being trying to achieve. I can show you more. The statistics will tell more sordid pictures. I want to remind the panel or other participants of this session, let us not forget that the denial of accreditation of 167 journalists soon after the assumption of this interim, so-called interim government, which is arguably unconstitutional and illegal. It does not fall in any defined government guaranteed by the and prescribed by the Bangladesh Constitution, nor it fulfill the so-called, efficacy theory, obsolete efficacy theory by Professor Grundnom theory, etc. Now, another report is saying at least 25 journalists have been implicated in crimes against humanity case. See? Crimes against humanity case just simply because they were associated to a TV channel and they have your reports in the previous war trial cases. Now they have been implicated to what? Crimes against humanity cases. Can you imagine it? Then look at this figure. 266 journalists have faced criminal cases so far. So they all belong to pro 71 journalists. Indiscriminately, they are being attacked. So the total statistics is that up to March 25, the statistics which I have right, according to the persecution team, which I'm also a part of that research group, they have mentioned that up to March 2025, 182 journalists have been implicated in cases. And criminal intimidation has been given to 206 journalists. Accreditation has been cancelled, just I have mentioned 167 journalists. Journalists, and there are many more. Attacks have been launched on 640 journalists. And had my time allowed, I could have shown you all the pictures. Now, these figures tells us the horrific history. What did the chief advisor told us in the very dawn of his assumption of power, who himself took the indemnity? Let us not forget that he has given indemnity only to those who were associated to the protesters. This kind of demonstration and making a discrimination itself, a culture of
Sorry,
impunity.
interrupting again, sir. I would like you to proceed a bit so that no, sir. I mean, we are running out
I
of
will draw conclusion in 1 or 2 minutes. Right?
Thank you.
So he said that mon khule samalochona korun. Make critique by opening your mind. If I literally translated, what is this status? What does all this picture tell us? It's the completely opposite picture. The main television channels, they have been dispossessed, and they are all being occupied by the pro-government people, by the so-called protesters and revolutionists by now. And there is no dissident voice except 1 or 2 to invite to make commentary on the all and sundry political issues. That is the current state of freedom of expression and journalism in Bangladesh. So to draw conclusion that there is I discover a kind of pattern. What is the pattern? The pro-1971 people, the pro-secular force, the pro-Awami League force is not only being prosecuted but also being persecuted. And in campaign to that, the law, anti-terrorism law, the draconian law is being used. Even the judicial system, justice system is being used by denying even at least bail. That's the horrific picture. So my urge to international community is that Bangladesh is far being behind from being maintaining its international and constitutional commitment. Natalia ended with Joy Bangla. I ended with the call that call to establish this state where the mind should be without fear. I would recall that we should not forget the place that a free society only can afford the dignity of the people. Thank you so very much. It is a privilege to talk to share some of my views with the audience. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your speech and talk again. And now I would like to hand over the moderator part, especially to Mr. Priyojit Dev Sarkar, an eminent journalist himself. Now over to you, sir.
A very good afternoon. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, previous moderators, organizers. We are learning a little bit behind schedule. I am joining from London. However, we have got an illustrious panel from transatlantic, starting from Canada, America, and then, of course, United Kingdom, and then Lisbon, Portugal, and Arizona as well in the United States. We have had a slight change in the schedule because one of our speakers has to leave. So we will start with our first guest speaker, Mr. Alan Wrights. He is the director of West London Chamber of Commerce. He has got 40 years plus illustrious commercial and business experience, especially in investing overseas. He's also a guest lecturer at the King's College London, Brunel University, University of West London. He has a very keen interest on Bangladesh and the Indian subcontinent, as you may say. So I would like to pass the floor to you, Alan, and if you could present your opening remarks, and after that we'll continue with the topic, the rule of law and democracy. That is our section. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Bridget, for your very kind comments. My name's Alan Wright. I'm a career exporter. I've won the Queen's Award for exporting UK goods and goods from around the world globally. I've been a Department for Business and Trade, government trade officer for the British government. And I've had links with Bangladesh all of my life. Friends in London, friends overseas, and people I work with are all at the heart of our London community. Nearly a quarter of London's Muslim population are from Bangladesh, and in total, 6% of London's population. So we need to look after our Bangladesh links and work closer with them to make sure that we all live in this world together happily. Bangladesh in recent years has been the home of world fashion, with clothing exports of $55 billion, shoe sales up 35%, and the tech sector growing enormously to $600 million a year. And in some years, 7% growth in the local economy. But with the current situation there, and a population that's double the size of the UK, there needs to be a focus, and the world via the UN and other government agencies need to pay some attention to help what goes on in Bangladesh. It wasn't that long ago, in fact it was quite a long time ago now, that there was a Bangladesh concert to help Bangladesh after its independence. In part it was in London, and in part it was in New York to raise funds for Bangladesh. Now Bangladesh needs help again. And the current situation in Bangladesh, the world needs to know about it. Our news in the UK is full of the atrocities going on in Gaza and Israel and in Syria and in Ukraine. But these are not big population centers. Bangladesh is absolutely a monumental state with a population, as I say, more than double the size of the UK. It's also the heart of the world's clothing manufacturers. Now, how does Bangladesh get the world's attention? Quite soon, our shelves will start to become empty as we run up to our Western Christmas. People will start to ask questions. But before that, Bangladesh needs to make a noise. And we need to sign a group call for action from the UN and from other government agencies about taking some action in Bangladesh. And that's what I'd like to say today. A big shout out to return Bangladesh back to its happy, peaceful self. Its people are wonderful people, and we need to do more to stand by Bangladesh and support them. It's their hour of need right now, and we need to support them. Thank you all very much for your time today.
Thank you so much, Alan. And you make a very compelling point that what is happening in Bangladesh is not localized. It's not restricted to the local neighborhood. It has got global consequences, including that in the UK and, of course, Transatlantic and Europe. So I had to give Alan the floor first. So my name is Priyojit Debsarkar. I'm joining from London. I have written a few books on Bangladesh, and the topic of today's discussion is the rule of law and democracy post the last year's so-called monsoon revolution. Now, I have listened to some of the speakers. I could not join earlier on, but I have encapsulated whatever has been said so far in just 4 or 5 slides. I'll not take more than 3 minutes. I'm just going to present that to set the tone for the conference and people to observe and reflect. And of course, we will share the slides later on. So I'm just going to try to present the slide which I have created.
if they can see. Can you see it? Is it visible? Is the side slope visible now, I think? Is it visible? So I think it is visible now. Apologies for the delay. So as we have mentioned that there is no rule of law currently, and the statistics are here. Professor Dr. Yunus, Nobel laureate, his violent mobocracy, which is rampant in Bangladesh, has left 637 people lynched to death between August 2024 and July. 281 people have been injured and severely face life-threatening injuries after. We have got a district-wise major breakdown, and we can see that the capital city Dhaka is taking the lion's share of this mob violence. In the next slide, we can see the number of custodial deaths again, which has gone up, and all these data are from renowned newspapers, media outlets from Bangladesh and beyond, like Pratham Alo, Daily Star, New Age, Dhaka Tribune. What is more shocking, I think the previous speaker was mentioning the atrocities against women and children. So we can see how gruesome rape, gang rape, especially to underage girls, underage women, have skyrocketed, and it reminds us of the same horrible atrocities of 1971, where more than 300,000 women and young children were violated against their will by the Pakistani army, predominantly from Punjab and their local collaborators. And my next slide, I've got some media citations, and these are again from very renowned, very credible international media like Voice of America, BBC, Amnesty, Reuters, and they are all echoing that what is happening in Bangladesh. And this is just a vote of thanks to the organizers, and that Bangladesh was founded on the basis of pluralism. So it is based on the Bengali cultural identity rather than religious fault lines. Okay, I would now like to invite Mr. William Solan, who is joining us from Canada, Toronto. He's an international human rights lawyer, constitutional expert, and also have first-hand experience of how the authorities of Bangladesh react to foreign lawyers or journalists, because he was detained in the year 2008 in Bangladesh for holding a press conference. So I would like to ask you, sir, that if you want to recall your memories or share something from the past, and what do you see where we are going ahead? If you want to start your deliberations, please. As a brief outline, it's a 10-minute duration to be fair to all our speakers. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for the invitation. You know, when I saw the news about the August 5th, I wrote right away an email to my friend Shariar Kabir, and we exchanged emails for a few days. And he told me, this is worse than 2002, much worse. That was when I first met him. He had just been released from jail, as was mentioned earlier by our Polish friend. People, mostly Hindus, who had been chased away from their homes in the period prior to the elections and after the elections. And he was charged with anti-state activities because, of course, he was trying to make the government look bad, and you're not supposed to do that. And an international campaign had resulted in his being released. And I met him again in 2005 when I attended a human rights conference that was organized by the Awami League and others who were in opposition still at the time. There'd been a lot of killings. And during the week that I was there, this was when Katrina was destroying New Orleans. And I met with some people, including journalists and a BNP member of parliament, the retired military officer. And they told me that there was a plan for 2008, that during the period running up to the elections, there would be, of course, some street violence, and that would be used as an excuse by the army to cancel the elections. And lo and behold, 2008 came around, and that's what happened. Now, Sheikh Hasina at that time, the beginning was, at that time, was detained in her home. And she was allowed out one day to go and visit a friend in the hospital. And coming out of the hospital was asked what she thought about the present situation in Bangladesh at the time. Her answer was, well, what do you expect with the DGFI running the show? The DGFI is the Director General of Forces Intelligence, the military intelligence. So the next morning she was in detention and detained in a house on the parliamentary grounds. And they started trial proceedings against her, accusing her of some sort of corruption. Now, the situation bears parallels with other countries. Most recently, in Brazil, former President Lula was accused of corruption and ended up spending some actual time in jail and being barred from running for president, which allowed Jair Bolsonaro, the fascist, to be elected. Now, Lula was released afterwards because the case was not really founded. It was an invented case, and he is again president of Brazil. It also has parallels. The situation we've got today has parallels with what happened in Haiti about 20 years ago, when Jean-Bertrand Aristide was told by he didn't have an army, but the armed force that he had, which was a mercenary force charged with his protection, were told him that they could not protect him from the armed group that was coming in from the Dominican border, but they could assure his and his family's safety by giving him a helicopter ride to the airport and then a plane ride out of the country. Very similar to what happened on August the 5th last year. Now, in 2008, when I tried to attend Sheikh Hasina's trial, but was prevented from doing so by one of the police forces. And my comment at the time was, and I quoted from former Canadian Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau, Justin Trudeau's father. Now, Pierre Elliott Trudeau wrote this back in the 1950s when he was editing a magazine called Cité Libre. He said, the army is not a good school for democracy. And I think that's important because people have been talking about Yunus and his cabinet as though they were, although people generally comment that this is not a constitutionally formed government. Of course, it's not a constitutionally formed government. There was an army coup on August 5th. It wasn't a few hundred or a few thousand people in the streets, even if they had gotten a few guns, that could prevent the army from restoring order. The army decided that it was time for Sheikh Hasina and the Awami League to go. And if Yunus and the others are advisors, they're not advising a parliament. They are advising the army, who are running the show. It is the army that is the power today in Bangladesh, and that's clear when we see that they have invoked the Magistracy Act. They have the magistracy powers. They have given judicial powers to every army officer in the country. So when people are arrested and rearrested if they're released on new charges, those charges are coming from military officers. The control of the courts is under the control of the military. They are the ones who are behind all of the changes, replacing people, allowing violence in the courts. The week before Shahryar Kabir was arrested, there was a retired Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, an octogenarian, who was brought into court and beaten so bad that he had to be taken to emergency services for emergency surgery to save his life. And no one was arrested. This is being repeated across the country. International human rights organizations have told us that there are hundreds of thousands of people detained. And this is administrative detention. They haven't even gotten around or bothered to charge them with anything. If they charge them with something, it's 500 people charged for one bystander's death. So these are not serious charges in a legal sense. They're just excuses to claim that they're in jail legally. There's no habeas corpus. There's no bail has been mentioned. And if bail is granted, they rearrest them. This is what happened with the Hindu gentleman down in Chittagong. As soon as he was given bail, he was rearrested on new charges. And they're doing it over and over and over. So this is not a legal system. This is a pretend. This is a fallacy, a gaslight. They're making believe. And Mr. Yunus is the equivalent of Janine Darce in Bolivia, the pretty woman with the blonde hair and the big sunglasses up on her forehead, who took over after they expelled Evo Morales a few years ago. These are repetitive things, and each time it's the army that's taking over. It's the army that is installing someone, a clown, to be their facade, to have a big smile. Mr. Yunus has a lovely smile, and he has a Nobel Peace Prize, so he must be a good man. Right? We've just seen another Peace Prize given to somebody who is even just as meritorious, the Venezuelan woman, because they want her to replace Mr. Maduro, who was elected. So when they don't like you, when you don't cooperate, then there are all kinds of ways to change the situation. Today, what they're trying to do is create, and they're arguing about it. I follow the news in Bangladesh. They're continually arguing about it, how to keep the Awami League away from the elections, how to have elections, how to change things without a parliament, how to rewrite the Constitution. They're trying to rewrite the Constitution without a parliament, calling it a charter instead. This is a military government, and I think that all analyses have to be based on that. And it is the issue, I think, that has not been pushed to the fore. The English gentleman who was speaking was talking about getting people to understand the situation. Others also do. We have to publicize what the situation is. But we have to publicize that it is a military coup that happened. It's a military coup. It is the military who is running the show. And that is not getting into the news. That message they have managed to cover up. I think that is the big fight as far as the fight for people's minds, is to get them to understand that we're talking about a military government here, not a civilian government of some sort. And that their purpose in life is to find a way to have elections where the Awami League and the forces on the left cannot win. So first of all, they want to get rid of Sheikh Hasina, like they did in Brazil with Lula. Why? Because she unites the forces on the left. When I was there in 2008, I had a meeting with a few leaders from the left, and they said, you have to convince Sheikh Hasina to stay, because she is the one who holds all of these left forces together, so that they present one candidate in each riding, whereas the right presents however many they have in different parties, which makes it easy for the left to win elections, because Bangladesh has the same system as Canada. You don't need a majority. It's first past the post. So if there's enough parties around, you can conceivably win an election with 30% of the vote.
Sorry, I'm very sorry, William. I'm sorry to interject. We will continue. We'll pick this up because we are very short of time. I do
I understand.
apologize. I get your point. And very well done. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to now welcome our next speaker, Robert Bob Lancia. He's a former legislator, Rhode Island House of Representatives. He's an academic. He also served in the United States Navy as a chaplain. Bob has written recently a book on Bangladesh as well. So a very warm welcome, Bob. The stage is yours. Could you please kindly deliberate on the rule of law and democracy in Bangladesh and your broader observations? Thank you.
Bit short. Basically, one of the presidents that I really admire, and I think was one of our greatest presidents, was Ronald Reagan. And Ronald Reagan said this. He said, the United States has no higher mission than to build a lasting peace that enshrines liberty, democracy, and dignity for individuals everywhere. And I believe that this statement emphasizes America's role in promoting freedom globally. But what's happening now, I think, under the current administration, we're picking and choosing. And I think that goes to our earlier comments by Mr. Rhode, and also earlier with Dr. Nabu, where he was talking about the need for the country, I think, to have a secular, not religious society, and also focus on democracy. You know, the U.S. has ways, of course, to, you know, push people and get people to do what they want to do. And this current president apparently is very good at doing that. He's traveling around the world, doing all kinds of things, making all kinds of deals. But as Mr. Rhode was saying, the size of the country, the importance of the country, it needs to be focus of our country, the United States, and it's not. And sadly, the United States had a hand in getting rid of the former government and installing the UNIS government. And in doing so, they did look the other way as things started to deteriorate. And in fact, our president, President Trump, was so focused on tariffs, of course, that he, you know, heavily was tariffing Bangladesh as well. And again, Mr. Rhode makes the point about the importance that it is in so many ways economically. So that affects the country. So we need a change of policy. Our country now we're coming up against, now you've shared with me about Pakistan, China, you know, the whole Asian theater, and these other nations are becoming involved. And I am afraid that, as we're seeing in other parts of the world, the Islamization of Bangladesh. And this can't happen because, you know, they are so strict and so restrictive. And we're seeing it, you know, and it's not a matter of, you know, these small things are happening. This is a large thing happening. It is brutal. It is a brutal regime right now. And the United States needs to take notice, and they need to step in and do something. And I am so disappointed in my government right now, and they need to step up. And, Mr. Trump, president, wants a Nobel Peace Prize. Well, guess what? He's got a lot of work to do to get that Peace Prize, especially in Bangladesh. And, this tariff situation, and then some of the other things that are taking place, we need to step up and get involved. Now, he did take some of the tariffs off because they signed a wheat deal. I think it was a wheat deal that was beneficial to us, but again, I don't think to Bangladesh. So there's a lot of work to do. And to let you know, 2026, I may be running, and it may be for Congress or for United States Senate. And if I do, this is going to be one of my number one issues on my plate. So I will leave it there because there's a lot of great speakers and have said a lot, and I'll keep it short and tight. But we're celebrating in 2026 the 250th anniversary of our independence. And that's great for us. But as we look around to fledgling democracies, I think we need to make a commitment to say, guess what? As part of our 250th celebration, we're going to help these fledgling democracies like Bangladesh get back on track and to become the nation they need to become. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bob. Really appreciate. I hope you can stay a bit longer, but it's your call. And we wish you all the very best for your future endeavors. And I hope then we will have a much firmer voice in the United States administration. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to now welcome our next speaker, eminent professor and Dr. Mohammed Shahidullah from University of Arizona. He's a professor of physiology, and we'd like to present the floor and to hear your opinion, sir, on the rule of law and democracy. How do you see it post the 1 year so-called monsoon revolution in Bangladesh? Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you so much. Distinguished speakers, respected participants, and the member of the audience. I thank the organizer for hosting this conference and for inviting me to speak at this event. Sorry, why my slide cannot be seen? Okay, thank you. The focus of my presentation is to analyze the causes and context of law and order breakdown in Bangladesh. I have divided my presentation into 4 sections. First, I will give some examples and data to understand the extent of law and order collapse. Second, I will examine the causes of law and order breakdown. And third, I will assess historical, religious, social, and political context to comprehend the causes. And finally, I will give an analytical summary and conclusion. First, the example. Of course, I must acknowledge that these are only tips of the icebergs because of the unprecedented restriction on media and intimidation of journalists. I can only give these few examples. For example, 637 lynching deaths, 121 Awami League MPs arrested, 64 extrajudicial killing, 23 custodial deaths, and 400 Awami League members brutally murdered. Over 12,000 violent attacks and 4,000 rapes. 266 journalists charged in false criminal cases, and more than 1,600 abductions and over 359,000 arrests. Over 200,000 minority persecution, including 30 deaths, 20 rapes, 300 acres land seized, and thousands of sculptures symbolizing the liberation war and the Bengali culture destroyed. 10,000 students detained, more than 200,000 students have been barred from education without due legal process. And these students are mostly belong to Bangladesh Satrali. Now, in the next 3 slides, I will examine the causes of law and order secession. Actually, I am analyzing with my perspective, and you are hearing from someone who has seen the liberation war and every ups and down in the political ups and down in the country. So I am dividing into primary causes, secondary causes, and tertiary causes. The primary causes are long-standing enmity between Dr. Yunus and Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina since 2009. Dr. Yunus's determination to take revenge on Bangladesh Awami League, formation of his alliance with opponent of Bangladesh Awami League like BNP and Jamaat-e-Islami, offering impunity to BNP and Jamaat to take revenge on Bangladesh Awami League. BNP Jamaat took this as an opportunity to wipe out Bangladesh Awami League. Yunus leveraged his international stature, influence, and support to suppress media scrutiny and mute human rights organizations. Secondary causes. These are actually consequences of primary causes. So empowerment of BNP Jamaat cadres resulted in unabated killings, arson, and extortion in the country. Taking over of administrative, judiciary, and law enforcing agencies by BNP Jamaat loyalists created injustice in the country. Even the International Criminal Court, overseeing the cases against Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina and Awami League leaders, is politicized. Its chief prosecutor is a senior Jamaat leader, Tajul Islam. Yunus virtually created a situation in which perpetrators, administrators, and law enforcers belong to the same entity or same alliance, ensuring impunity. Islamic extremists got this opportunity to oppress religious minorities and seize their properties, as well as to suppress the secular-minded people of Bangladesh. The result is the complete collapse of the law and rule in the country. Tertiary causes, that is economic and social fallout. Law and order breakdown stopped domestic and international investment in the country. Factories closed, unemployment increases, and economic activities reduced. Poverty and economic despair increased criminality and unrest in the society, causing further deterioration of law and order situation. Now I will analyze the religious, social, political, and historical context. Religion actually played roles in every historic turning point in the Indian subcontinent, and 2024 upheaval in Bangladesh was no exception. Formation of Pakistan from India in 1947 was based on religion, ignoring broader culture and territorial distribution. It was used again to justify atrocities during the liberation war in 1971 by Pakistan and Jamaat-e-Islami. And after independence, Jamaat-e-Islami exploited religious sentiment of the society to regain political power, while its exiled leaders, led by Ghulam Azam, promoted the Pakistan restoration movement. So the rehabilitation of Jacquemart was completed after killing of Bangabandhu in 1975 with the support of the then Deputy Chief of Army, Ziaur Rahman. He later seized state power, formed BNP, offered indemnity to the killer, and allowed Ghulam Azam to return to Bangladesh. Actually, this marked the turning point that divided national politics into pro-liberation and anti-liberation camps, creating a deep and enduring political enmity. Dr. Yunus exploited this context of the country to gain support from BNP and Jacquemart and created the current mayhem. So my analytical summary from the discussion is for the law and order collapse in the country is due to convergence of historical enmity and revenge politics, institutional weakness and politicization, religious identity and political tool, leadership vacuum, and foreign interference. Thank you for watching.
Thank you very much, Professor. Really grateful for such a short, crisp presentation, and you have rightly encapsulated it. If you do not know your history, if you do not know where we came from, you will probably not know where we are going. And ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to call upon our next speaker, founder and executive director of South Asia Democratic Forum, Mr. Paulo Casaca, who is joining us from Lisbon. SADAF, or South Asia Democratic Forum, is a Brussels-based think tank devoted to Southeast Asia and its relationship to the European Union. They have a very special relationship with the European Union Parliament. So I would like to call upon Paulo. The floor is yours. Your observations and deliberations, please, on the rule of law and democracy. Again, a gentle reminder, we are very stretched for time. So if you could kindly curtail your observations. Thank you so much, sir.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you so much for this invitation. I would like to start by commending very much the energy and role of the Global Center for Democratic Governance for the energy that it is giving to this cause, the cause of human rights, freedom and democracy in one of the biggest countries in the world, Bangladesh. And I would like to start, with one observation that has a lot to do with what William Sloan told us when he spoke with Shahryar Kabir shortly after the coup, what he calls the military coup, which might be more than that, but it was also a military coup. There is no doubt about that. He was saying, well, now it's much worse than in 2002. And then I just remembered and got to the files, to the European Parliament files. 2002, I was there in the European Parliament. I was not following at all South Asia as I did out of the Parliament. And there was a parliamentary question put by my colleague at the time of the Socialist Group, British colleague, Claude Moraes, on Shahryar Kabir. And, he got a very complete and reasoned answer by Commissioner Patton that indicates how different situation was in 2002 and in 2024-25. In 2002, of course, it was an unlawful or an anti-human rights action, but there were procedures, there were principles, and in the end, the international pressure worked. And well, most important than all this, there was international pressure, and that's exactly what I would like to call your attention to. That the international community, most obviously the United Nations, some of the agencies are actions, some of the actions of the United Nations are, beyond belief what they have done. But even the European Union, they just couldn't care less. I mean, they know the reality. There is sufficient proof of the tremendous break of human rights going on in the country, but they seem to not really matter at all. The issue of the charter is very obvious. I mean, how can a democratic institution like the European Union accept a charter dictated by dictators, replacing a constitution that had democratic procedures? How can they accept this? And how can they pretend that this is a way to some sort of whatever democracy in the future? It's really absolutely amazing. I mean, how can they ignore the massive fabrication of accusations to put hundreds of thousands of people in jail? I mean, it's absolutely amazing. We are having a big divorce from the international institutions, the United Nations, but the European Union as well, from what should have been their aim, what our American friend very correctly stated to have been the dream of a former president of the United States. I mean, freedom and human rights and dignity all over the world. I mean, this is something that these bodies are openly putting aside. And this can't be. I mean, we just cannot accept this. We have to mobilize whatever we can to go in force to all these institutions and say, you can't do this. You are betraying the Charter of the United Nations. You are betraying the European Union democratic foundations. You cannot continue like this. You are co-responsible for the tragedy that Bangladesh is living in nowadays. And that's actually what I would like to concentrate and what I would like to give as a message to all of you. We have to step up pressure for these institutions to change their current speech and to have a look on the situation of Bangladesh that is an objective look and that is taking care of the dreadful situation of human rights and, of course, of absence of governance, absence of democracy, absence of prospects of economic development, and so forth. This is what I would like to finish with. And once again, thank you very much for your kind invitation.
Thank you so much, sir. And yes, I completely agree. We not only have to build consensus, but now is the time we have to exert pressure and make sure that whoever we are speaking to in whatever capacity, they are accountable and they deliver the charter, as you mentioned. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the right end of our marathon, almost 4-hour long online webinar. I would like to call back our good friend, Bob Lancia, who is joining us from Belgium. from Washington in America, former legislator, Rhode Island House of Representatives. And Bob, I would like you to read the conference declaration, if you may, please. And we are again very grateful that you have been throughout with us, starting very early in America. Thank you very much, sir. Sorry, you're on mute, Bob. You're on mute.
The time is now. And this declaration is a call to action. And let's read that right now. Declaration of the International Virtual Conference on Turning Point, Bangladesh after the July-August Uprising. We, the participants of the conference, reaffirm our unwavering commitment to the universal principles of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law as enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We recognize the rights of the people of Bangladesh to enjoy freedom and justice and equality and meaningful participation in governance. We stress that accountability, transparency, and fairness are essential for lasting peace and democracy. We express grave concern over continuing reports of human rights abuses, oppression of women, children, and minorities, the alarming rise of religious extremism, and restrictions on civil liberties and press freedom. So in solidarity with the people of Bangladesh, we declare, 1, restoration of civil rights and judicial independence. We call for the full restoration of civil, political, and religious rights and the protection of fundamental freedoms. The judiciary must be independent and free from political interference to ensure equal justice for all. 2, accountability for human rights violations. All reports of killings, detentions, torture, and violence against women, children, minorities, and political opponents must be investigated fairly and transparently. Every victim deserves justice. 3, freedom of the press and protection of journalists. We strongly condemn media censorship and attacks on journalists. We call for an immediate end to intimidation, imprisonment, and censorship, and demand full freedom of expression and protection for all journalists. 4, combating extremism and safeguarding regional stability. Participants emphasize the need for united action against extremism, promoting inclusive governance, human rights, and regional cooperation to ensure lasting peace and stability in Bangladesh and the broader South Asian region. 5, free, fair, and inclusive elections. We emphasize the urgent need for an inclusive, free, fair, and transparent national election under a neutral and credible caretaker government, ensuring the participation of all political parties and restoring public confidence in democratic institutions. And our final commitment, we stand in firm solidarity with the people of Bangladesh in their pursuit of democracy, justice, and human rights. We call upon national, regional, and international actors, governments, civil society, and global institutions to support a peaceful and democratic transition and to help rebuild faith in Bangladesh's democratic future. The time is now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bob. And I would like to thank all the panelists, the moderators, and especially our audience who have been patiently watching, interacting, asking a lot of questions. So I would really like to thank everybody. But on behalf of the organizers, I would like to present the floor now to Mr. Mohammed Ghulam Kabir Kibriya Talukdar, if he wants to give the final votes of thanks. And thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Am I audible?
We can hear you, sir.
Thank you. Dear distinguished guests, speakers, colleagues, partners, and participants, on behalf of the Global Center for Democratic Governance and all co-organizers, I extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone who joined our day-long virtual conference on Bangladesh after the July-August uprising. Your engagement, insights, and dedication made this gathering an inspiring space for dialogue, reflection, and collective vision. The thoughtful discussions and critical perspectives shared throughout the day reaffirmed our shared commitment to justice, democratic renewal, and inclusive governance in Bangladesh. I'm deeply grateful to our panelists, moderators, and organizing team for their tireless efforts in making this conference possible. Most importantly, thank you to all the participants who contributed their voices and ideas to this vital conversation. We extend our sincere gratitude to all the co-organizers and media partners whose efforts made the GCDZ day-long virtual conference a resounding success. As we move forward, GCDD remains committed to fostering informed analysis and constructive dialogue on Bangladesh's democratic future. Together, we can help shape a more just and accountable society. Thank you all.
Mm-hmm.